too long?
Why? He was good. He was good.
I don't think
Everybody knew he was older, but he was good though.
I don't think America sees Biden as quote unquote good. There's a reason why he lost.
Because you have dipshits that's so uneducated and they're fucking fools don't know what it is now.
You think let me give you one area of operation in this country, the border and immigration between Trump and Biden. You're telling me Biden was good on that?
Biden deported more than he has.
Yeah, but how many came in under Biden compared to Trump?
Who the fuck cares how many came in?
America! The voters care.
Oh my God, let me tell you about America, the racist bunch of idiots. If it wasn't for the immigrants, this wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for our black people, this country would have been a shithole. What the fuck?
You know they would say if it wasn't for the immigrants, Lincoln Raleigh would be here too.
Oh, how about the other people? How about the white tea man? The white tea man does the most. How about our schools, huh? The white tea kids that go pew-pewing up our damn schools, huh? How about that? Because they fuck these kids up in the head so goddamn much, they're going pew-pewing up the schools because they don't want their parents.
I don't know.
How about that?
I don't know. To me, it sounds like you taking a moment to attack white people.
What? The white tea people are the... Go look at it. Go look at it. Go look. Who's the most evilest in the United States? White tea man. Who does the grapey? The white tea man. It's all statistics, please. Go Google. Google's free. Who does the pew-pewing up in the schools? White tea kids.
Then why the hell is the prison so black?
Why? You know, boy, you're fluffing bad, aren't you, Pookie? You a black man, you're asking me why? Are you fucking serious?
I gotta ask what's going on. I gotta ask.
What the fuck are you smoking on?
I'm smoking on knowledge, I guess. I gotta ask.
What knowledge? What? Why do you think black people are in there? Why? Because there's injustice. And half the motherfuckers are probably innocent. All they got did petty ass crimes like, trees. I can't say illegal lettuce. Yeah.
Is it possible that maybe the penal system is mostly black because they're in there for committing crimes?
Injustice. Let me tell you, the white tea man did the same thing as the black man. Who gets go down for it? The black man do? Yep.
Right.
Go figure, huh? Go figure, right? Mm-hmm. It sure does. The white tea man could do a whole lot of things. If it was a black man that pewed up the church, he wouldn't have been walking out, right? Mm-hmm. But the white tea man sure did walk out handcuffs, did he not?
So you believe you believe it's actually a case of the criminal justice system is skewed, so that's why
it doesn't work for our brown and black asses. It doesn't. Nope. Nope. It surely don't. Nope.
All right.
It don't.
All right.
If you're white tea, it surely does though. And look all these tariffs. Oh no, it's gonna be all good and stuff, right? It's gonna be all good, right? Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm hearing. Is that the tariffs are going to strengthen the economy eventually.
Oh Lord have mercy. See, this is how ignorant. See, this is why see the white tea people. Nix, you guys don't want to hear the truth, Pookies. See, the white tea people don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth that they're the scum. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them.
You do sound like you're really intolerant, Gangsta Grandma. You sound intolerant.
I can't deal with the maggots. Now, I'm not saying the ones that regret the vote. I'm not saying our allies. I'm not saying that. Those are the good ones. And 99.9% of the bad ones are the maggots. They're the ones that want to make this white tea again. And guess what, Pookies? It's never going to be white tea. This country's never been white tea.
All right.
White tea.
All right, Gangsta Grandma. I've taken enough of an ass whooping.
I want to tell you this, though, okay?
Sure.
The orange orangutan gave us 75 more days. You know why he gave us 75 more damn days, the orange orangutan? Because he couldn't get a deal. China don't even want to sell it to us no more because of what he just did to tariffs.
So TikTok has received 75 more days.
Yeah, we got 75 more days because the orange orangutan said, oh, baby. Oh, come on, we're going to get a deal. We're going to get a deal to selling it, right? They're going to sell it, right? And guess what China said? No, put a halt to it. You know why? Because they're doing tariffs on on their asses. Do you really think the orange orangutan gonna do something now?
And I agree with you. I agree with you. The tariffs are gonna make people a lot less likely to work with Trump. I gotta go though. But as always,
I bet you gotta go because I'm over here. See, let me tell you something. You are so scary to talk to me, but you have a maggot.
We've talked for 15 minutes. I got other people waiting.
Yeah, you can talk for that 20 minutes. I'm fucking with you. I gotta go roll me up one. But I promise you this, though. I promise you this. The maggots are gonna be crying at the end of the fucking day when they gotta pay more. The eggs gonna be through the damn roof. And guess what? The little televisions and all that show car shit is gonna go through the damn roof. Who they gonna complain? Biden.
We'll see. I gotta go. Appreciate it. The way she said Biden, what movie is that? Byron. Anyway, tap the screen, get the lights on up, which should be at least about 25,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen if you're watching on YouTube or YouTube horizontal. Feel free to smash that like button. I always say it. We don't block, ban, or censor. If I can find my... We are MAGA friendly, as always. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having a dinner with Q. Understand we don't block, ban, or censor anybody. So you're going to hear opinions of all sorts. You can be critical of anyone on the program up to and including the host. I think my last caller was a great example of that. That was Gangsta Grandma. Always welcome on the program. Mike, appreciate that. Thank you for the support. So looking at the comments briefly, tariffs have made other countries rich and has decimated the American middle class and manufacturing in America. You know, I will say this, Blue Girl, or I think that says Blue Girl 77. I don't think it's tariffs that has made other countries rich. I think it is greedy Americans that has made other countries rich. China didn't force our manufacturing to go to that country. Greedy Americans that did not want to pay you and I a salary commensurate with American labor laws found out we could get cheap labor in China. Remember back in the day, Nike and all of this shit, they were willing to deal with kids to avoid paying you and I a decent salary. Keep in mind, even the jobs that remain here, they're not even raising the minimum wage on that shit. So the tariffs sound really good, but in reality, our problem is in-house. It's just the same with the migration issue, with the immigrants. They're bringing in fentanyl, they're child trafficking, they're taking our jobs. No immigrant is forcing an American to hire them. No immigrant is forcing an American to ingest fentanyl. No immigrant is forcing Americans to partake in trafficking. Americans want that shit. So we're picking other entities to poke fun at and blame when in reality, all of these issues are coming from in-house. You gotta stop Americans, greedy businessmen that want to get access to cheap labor from sending the jobs overseas. You can't blame the fucking Chinese for taking the money. The Chinese didn't force this. The Filipinos didn't force this. Vietnam didn't force our call centers to go there. Americans decided I can make a hell of a lot more money if I get rid of this perfectly English-speaking call center person, for lack of a better way to phrase it, and hire somebody that barely speaks the language, but they charge me only a fourth to work for me than the American did. Remember back in the day, you could actually call and a person picked up the phone. They understood you because English was their mother tongue. Now all of a sudden you got to push one for English. And when you get the person that is talking to you, they got a thick accent, but they tell you their name is fucking John. You think that country forced that? No, the people that hired them did. And they're American. So until we're willing to blame the problem for where it's coming from, which is in-house, none of this shit's going to go away. The minute Trump is gone, you know what they're going to do. They're going to force, the lobbyists are going to try to go right back to getting them to pass laws that allows them to access cheap foreign labor. And that will come all by way of Americans. So you can keep blaming all these other countries, but the problem is in-house. Anyway, looking in the comments, billionaires aren't going to pay enough to buy grocery under these tariffs. I don't get that comment there, Flesh Muppet. Wow, you said billionaires are not going to pay people. Oh, I get what you're saying, and that is a good point. Before I go to the next caller and tap the screen, get me up to about 30,000, so we can 35,000. We can take the next caller. I agree with that 100%. What you're saying, Flesh Muppet, is that Trump is suggesting the tariffs will lead to jobs coming back to America. That sounds great on its face. He's providing no explanation at all as to how Americans are going to be able to afford products that are being now created with American labor. I'm watching you folks on devices that'll probably damn near double or triple in price, or talking to you folks on devices that'll probably damn near double and triple in price if they're made by Americans. Imagine how much an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy or your tablet will cost you if the people making it are all Americans. Have you heard Trump talking about increasing American salaries at all? It's a big difference between creating jobs and actually increasing salaries. So I don't see where that has been thought out at all, because everything will go up in price. Just think about how much televisions cost before they were being made overseas. Remember the old Zenith, RCA, Magnavox from the late 70s and 80s? That shit was expensive. You paid more for a television in the late 70s than you do now in 2025, damn near 50 years later. Back in that era, if you bought a floor model TV in the late 70s and 80s, and I know because I was fucking alive back then, you paid $300-400 for a TV. In that era's dollars, you're paying $300-400 for a TV now 40-50 years later. The TV you purchased then, adjusted for inflation, that TV would probably be thousands of bucks because it was made by Americans. Has Trump spoke out of what he's going to do about that? Anyway, going back to the box and tap the screen, Curtis Mathis, I don't know what that means there. Each job has value for the individual who went to school, not the person, but the position. Doesn't matter. People got to eat. I don't know where you're going with that. I do not know where you're going with that. But we're talking about bringing back all the jobs. And the things they make are going to go up in price. There's no denying that. People making, you got folks making electronic devices, making cars and all this. If everything comes back here, the price of everything is going to go up. I don't see how you can get around that. Arsha Fine. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Arsha. I saw you in there last night. We tried to bring you up. Good evening.
Sorry about that. Hi.
Hey. So this is kind of an open forum. So we're willing to take questions politically, but I do want to ask you, because we haven't talked about since the tariffs. We're talking about what he called Liberation Day. How you feeling? You think we're on the path to greatness? That doesn't sound good.
I mean, we had global trade, like a global economy. Canada was our friend.
Was.
Mexico was our ally, not our foe. Like Australia was our, so obviously this move has greatly not only affected people's pocketbooks, but also relationships with countries in the world, which at the end of the day, regardless of the cost of eggs or anything, if something were to happen, like another 9/11 or another situation, having your allies being willing to come and support you and risk their lives for you, they might not be willing to do that now.
Are you suggesting that if there was some type of, let's say, terrorist attack in America or something with our interests abroad, that some of our former, I guess some of our allies might not be counted upon to help us out?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I heard the Prime Minister of Australia, saying, this is not what friends do. We're obviously no longer friends. So, yeah, I mean, are you going to put your servicemen and women out there to help somebody that you don't believe is a friend? Like, and we no longer are standing for certain American principles.
But is this really America or is it Trump? I mean, listen, Australia, they've actually fought alongside America in every single war we've been involved in. Do you believe that?
Same with Canada.
Canada as well. Do you believe that one man in a span of only a couple months could end that bond?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, man, you can have a bad boyfriend, right? Like you a toxic relationship, and you're just like, I gotta go. I need therapy to get over your toxic, gap.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I get your point, but keep in mind, I think Australia and most of our allies know, because our media is all over the world. They know that a large portion of this country does not favor what Trump is doing, does not view Canada and Australia as enemies. So what about the notion that all they have to do is ride it out?
I'm going to put it to you this way. Canadians have become more patriotic, not saying that they weren't patriotic, since his rhetoric than ever before. I live in the state of Hawaii. I am not Hawaiian. I just live in the state of Hawaii. I work in hospitality, so like resort industry. My husband is of a resort. Generally, around this time of year, $1.2 million a month comes from Canada into the state. Just the state, just hold on, of Hawaii. It's down to 200,000.
So 20%, less than 20%.
So they are rallying. People. The way you spend your money is the power of the people. Yeah. And Canada has decided, fuck the U.S. We're going to go elsewhere.
I cannot tell you how many times I've seen that. I didn't even think about Hawaii, but that is a good place also to, they call them snowbirds or whatever. Florida is really dealing with that, because a lot of Canadians go down to Florida, and a lot of places, they're dealing with it. Even the border areas, like near Vermont and New Hampshire up there where people cross the border, the Canadians have pretty much started saying fuck the United States.
If you're thinking about $1.2 million going into the economy of one state every single month, and it dwindling to 200,000, the Hawaiian economy is driven by tourism. It's not driven by sugar anymore. It's not driven by coffee. It's tourism, and that's deeply going to hurt the people here. So yes, one man can definitely change relationships.
Wow. What about the notion that if you ride it out, we'll all reach the path of gloriness? All you got to do, look, Trump said temporary pain for long-term, I want to say pleasure, but temporary suffering. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a rainbow, a pot of gold at the end. Do you see any possibility there? Because that is what Trump is promoting.
Well, I'm sorry. The man ran on, I'm going to make your life better within the first 100 days, not eventually. He also promised that, he's going to end the war between Ukraine and Russia before he even took office, just when he was nominated. Gaza and Israel is shittier now than it's ever been. Yemen, let's just put that into perspective. And then now we're threatening Iran.
I'm not hearing promises made, promises kept from you.
No, what the people elected him on was making our lives better, not making our lives eventually better. So we have no choice to write it out, right? We have no choice. Right. I'm an American citizen. I live here. My family lives here. We have no choice but to write it out, unless all of us are gonna, become expatriates and find jobs in some other places, which is very unlikely. And his tax cuts, we've been living on those forever. They just got approved again. Yay, my family.
But maybe, let me just say this. Maybe as someone who leans left, you're not seeing things clearly as something of sorts. I want to read a comment to you. Timothy Richner says, "Why you always put people on that don't know shit?" So I'm going to ask you, what is it that? Why do you think there's so many folks on the right that see things totally different than you're saying?
First off, I do know shit. I've taken economics. I love history. I've taken government classes, civics, which they don't teach anymore. Reaganomics don't work. Giving billionaires and millionaires tax cuts does not trickle down to the middle class or the average person. Otherwise, we would all be living well. And I'm a middle class human. I mean, a family.
I don't know if my caller, if you got a call, I'll give her a moment for her phone. Maybe somebody's. Okay, you dropped out. Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 kids, public school, full time, have healthcare, all the things. We live.
Let me ask you this way. Both Biden and Trump have both completed a term. Were you doing better under Trump's first term than Biden?
I don't know. Trump's first term, we were on lockdown.
Not the whole term. That was only in the last year.
It seemed like, only a year, out of the 3. Okay, was my life better? I feel like America was on fire. People were marching. There was riots.
But they're going to suggest the people that were marching in the riots were mostly liberals.
Well, they can suggest that, but, we did have a reckoning, an awakening, I think that during Trump's term that America became worse. Why? Because, lockdown, everybody was in their bubble on social media. So, it wasn't one of those things where we all gathered together as Americans in unity, like during 9/11.
Right.
And solidarity.
That's what you were mentioning Canada. That's what Canada's doing right now with Trump's threats and the way Trump is talking to them. He's actually galvanizing that country. That's what's happening to them now.
Correct. And, I think with, like myself personally, how I'm going to spend my dollar and where I'm going to go. And is the company that I'm spending money on, it's always the power of the purse, right? You can choose where and how you want to spend the money. That's really all we have as citizens on a day-to-day life. Here in Hawaii, most cars are either Toyota, Subaru, or something because you need to be able to drive over lava fields and have 4-wheel drive. So that's going to be very, cars are already more expensive here just because of the way they get here. So that's going to, they're saying that an average family, buying a car might have to pay $3,000 to $3,500 more. Well, I can't even imagine. Thank goodness we don't need new cars, but add that to buying on an island when you're out in the middle of the freaking Pacific Ocean.
It's like your food costs and all of that. It's like it's going to make things rougher. Do you, in regards to tourism?
And not only that, but because he's canceled USAID, I just want you to know that how many people in the state of Hawaii, children. These are families that work their asses off. I know people that have 3 jobs. They go to one job, they go to another full-time job, they sleep a couple hours, put their kids to school, and so on because they love living in this environment and the fact that we are, we are very community-driven.
Mm-hmm.
But food insecurity is huge.
In Hawaii.
Yes, food insecurity is huge. So USAID, food banks, such on, getting them, food shipped because they had a deal with mainland farmers, right? Because mainland farmers need to get their food out, right? That's how you make money.
Right.
So USAID provided, helping with the food banks, and, farm to table and all these things. That's no longer coming here.
So getting rid of USAID even hurt Americans then?
Oh, it hurts tons of Americans. It's hurting American farmers. It's hurting American schools. It's hurting just every day. This is not an America first thing.
This is good information. The reason I ask that because most folks, including myself, you hear USAID is almost like USA for Africa. It almost makes you feel like it's only an entity that is helping folks abroad. But as you're rightfully pointing out, it's helping out a lot of Americans are going to be hurt by the eradication of it as well.
It helps AIDS prevention and education within our country. It helps, kids getting. It's sad. Like it's also helping. I live in a fire zone, one of the most dangerous areas to live on my island. It totally cut the funding to have that help our community. We're a community of 7,500 residents, billions of dollars of property, and right behind me is a huge danger. It will wipe out the entire, we've already had to evacuate before, it'll wipe out the entire town. That was cut. You know how much money it was going to be?
What?
Less than $100,000.
And they cut it.
But Doge decided that it wasn't needed.
For me to listen, if they claim to be finding waste, fraud, and abuse, what you're talking about clearly don't sound like waste, fraud, or abuse. But
you're causing harm to everyday Americans. It's not okay. I understand if you're wanting to maybe you should stop giving Musk and corporations freaking subsidies. How about that? That's a way, because I don't hear in his first 100 days even, or however many, there's no policy. It's just executive orders. Executive orders aren't policy. Don't act like a king, govern. Congress isn't doing shit. You have the Republicans are in control of everything. They're doing nothing.
I do got to move it on, but I 100% agree with you that Congress is really kind of taking a back seat and just let Trump have the will. They're just whatever he wants to do, he's kind of free to do it because Congress is kind of playing. They're kind of playing defense to the liberals and just letting Trump have free reign of the entire field. So I agree with that.
You can't blame the Democratic Party because we're the minority in everything at this point. So, do your fucking job. I thought, you had a mandate. Well, fucking mandate. Don't just,
Well, the right thinks he's doing a good job. They're giving him an A+. They want to put his face on Mount Rushmore. I got to move it on, though, Arson.
Wait, hold on. What I want to say to the right is the right average American that voted, give me a list of 20 things that your life is better today. Give me a list.
It ain't even been 3 months yet. You're moving too fast.
Hey. He was going to change the world and make our lives better.
He lied a little. Okay, he lied a little bit.
Listen, you know how every president is viewed on their first 100 days. That's your mandate. That's what you're elected. Every president, not just him, Obama, Biden.
We gotta
Clinton.
wait till he gets to 100 days. Right now, he's in his 60s, I think. I don't think he's still got a good month before he enters 100 days. So
okay, well, do some shit. Stop golfing and go do some shit.
Do some shit. I like that. Arsha, thank you. All right. Do some shit. That's the new term. I wanted to respond to a comment I saw on the YouTube side. Tap the screen, by the way. Trying to get up to 50. We can certainly get up to 40,000. Tap the screen. Give me a good minute there. We'll take the next caller around 40. And I see Black Baby Boy said exactly. Stop golfing. Look, they deserve a little bit of a break. I mean, my guess is when Trump is on the golf course, he's still running the country. He's still probably taking phone calls, talking to his assistants, and giving orders. So, I mean, I'm not going to say they shouldn't be able to do it. I mean, it's got to be one of the toughest jobs on the planet. You got to let the man be able to do something to unwind. Real quick in the comments, I wanted to respond to a comment coming from Police Cam Reaction. States giving millionaires tax breaks keeps them in America. If we overtax them, they'll just leave and do it in other countries, and then we have no business. Here's the problem with that. That should not be fucking allowed to happen. It should not. I mean, that's like Epstein left and went to another island to do what was not legal here. It shouldn't be legal to, if you're an American taking business overseas that you're going to ultimately sell back to America. The Chinese would not allow you to do that. They would look at that as some sort of threat to the financial security of their nation. They would not let their businessmen do shit like that. My opinion, it shouldn't be legal for American business folks to fire a bunch of Americans, take their business overseas when they're still their primary customer is still going to be Americans. You know, like a Steve Jobs, the late Steve Jobs, for instance. All of your products are made in China when you know damn well your primary customer is going to be Americans. I mean, you could pass laws to prevent that from happening. If you pass a certain volume of product and a certain percentage for that volume we know is going to be American consumers, by law, once you get past a certain point, you either have to have your company still in America or we start dealing with your company tax-wise specifically. I mean, other countries would not let you do that shit. I mean, because what he's talking about, giving millionaires tax breaks, that the problem we're facing now is because we've already caved too much to the wealthy. We're just letting them just do whatever the hell they want at the expense of Americans. So now they can say, well, if I got to pay taxes, I'm going to go and fire a bunch of people. You got to put a rein on them. That's where the problems are coming from, is you're just letting them do whatever the hell they want. No, if you're going to create products that you're selling in America, what Trump is suggesting, if you're going to create products that you want to sell in America, you got to create them in America. There's no fucking tax break for you doing that. You're doing your patriotic duty for the damn country. We're not going to pay you for that. If you want customers here, you make this shit here. You don't get to demand a price for that. The prize is the people purchasing your shit. So you can't let the wealthy continue literally bribing the American people out of his wealth. Give me a tax break or I'm leaving. Well, shit, take your whole fucking business and all of that with you. Isn't this what the right, isn't this what MAGA says all the damn time? If you don't like the country, get the fuck out. Why would you support letting businesses do that when you know damn well it's harmful? You're supporting the tariffs that Trump is imposing. Why the hell do you think he's doing this? Because you let the businesses do that. So until you I keep saying this, until you rein in the Americans that are causing the problem, this shit ain't gonna go away. You actually are helping him. Give him a tax cut or he's gonna leave. Just think about where the problem's coming from. Anyway, looking in the comments, just so everyone knows, it was the orange clown who last made a trade deal with Canada in 2018, laughing my fucking ass out. Which trade deal are you referring to? Let me go back to the box. I am very disappointed in President Trump since Bobby Covino. Did you vote for him? No, I'd have to ask that. Please don't let Grandma back on. She's already been on today, Sheldon, so you missed her. We can only handle stupidity. She was the second caller. Let me go back to the box. I think Instagram is clear, so we'll go over to TikTok. 40,000. Give me up to 40,000 so I can take the next caller. Tap the screen. What Warren Buffett said, Trump is making the best economic decision he's seen in 50 years. I didn't hear that, Trey. I did not hear that. And in fact, I heard one of the social media programs talking about Warren Buffett. I did not hear any claims that Warren Buffett favored the actions of Trump. I'd like to know where you got that one from. Because Warren Buffett tends to lean left. He's the one that talks about, his secretary pays more taxes than he does as a billionaire. I have not heard him bragging about Trump making a great decision. In fact, I haven't really heard any wealthy folks outside of what they can find on Fox News suggesting that these tariffs are a good thing. There is a reason why both the right and left have not done what Trump did. Now, I will say this before I give me up to 40, so we can take the next caller. I will say this before Trump did what he did. I think that there's a case to be made in creating a trade war with China. There are some countries out there that does not have the best interests of the United States at heart. China being one of them. But Australia, Canada, France, Germany, these countries ain't trying to fucking hurt the United States. There's no way in hell we should be treating China and Canada in the same manner. That just makes no sense at all. I don't see the logic in that. The idea that Canada is taking advantage of us, like China is, I just don't see that. I don't understand where that's coming from. But I will say, I got to give credit to Trump. He's been able to convince literally millions of Americans that people we've been allies with their entire life is damn near the enemy. I don't know how he was able to do that, but you got plenty of MAGA that is hating on Canada and Australia and all these countries. Like they've actually been on the side of America your entire life, taking advantage of you. Why do you look like a very well-fed Siamese cat? Like I said, we're taking questions, but that's some crazy shit. The rich hate Trump. I don't believe that, Marto. I don't believe that. The fact that you base your life on what celebrities say, no reply with it. What? No reply. Oh, you're talking to somebody in the comments. Are we at 40? Almost at 40. Looking in the comments here, NAFTA and the Pacific Trade Agreements shipped manufacturing out of America. Well, it ain't NAFTA. It's not the agreements that's shipping manufacturing out of the country. It is greedy corporations in this country that want to do it. And then they lobby to politicians to pass laws that allow them to do it. China hasn't been an ally of ours probably since World War II. Why would you ship your manufacturing to an actual enemy of the nation? Simply because they can do the job for cheaper. Literally, you're selling out your own damn country. Why would you let the enemy do your labor? Other than, well, I was able to save more money with him. It's literally a sellout. The Chinese military that is slowly but surely becoming competitive to America's, to ours, all of that's, for the most part, being done with US dollars. If we had not shipped all of our manufacturing and all of our jobs to China, they would still be far behind us militarily, financially, you name it. All of that's coming from us at the expense of making a few Americans wealthy. A few people in this country got super duper wealthy by being able to access that cheap labor and put the entire country in peril for that. That shouldn't be legal. You shouldn't have to get somebody a tax cut to stop them from doing that shit. It shouldn't be legal to do it. The idea that the right is saying, well, you got to give them a tax cut and they're going to do it. You should be actually favoring laws to prevent that from happening. You shouldn't have to pay Americans to do shit that's damn near patriotic. Looking in the comments, exactly, which is why we need tariffs. That the Democrats did not. You think the Democrats are the only ones that didn't stop factories from going? Show me all of the shit Reagan was doing. George H.W. Bush were doing to bring jobs home. Really? That's one of the craziest ass comments I've seen. You can't blame this on party. You got to blame it on wealthy Americans that were lobbying at both sides. President Trump himself stated he would be a good candidate for president because he knows how both sides work. He's donated money to both sides. This isn't a Democrat versus Republican thing. This is a rich fuck versus poor people thing, where they wanted to get access to cheap labor at the expense of the jobs you and I may have. Looking at our salaries, by the way, going back to the box, and you're not going to, like I said, we've had plenty of Republican politicians. You watch some of the older shows that had outdoor scenes. I'll take the next caller. Like Chips, Hawaii Five-0 for some of you guys who may be old enough. Television shows that had outdoor scenes. Hell, even probably shows as late as T.J. Hooker. You notice on the street, all of those are American cars. So a lot of this shit started in the Reagan era, by the way. So you're talking about it's Democrats. By the time Reagan was out of office, you had a lot of Datsuns and Nissans and all that shit was on the street. You go back to the late 70s, all of the cars were American. You didn't see hardly anybody driving a car that wasn't made in this country. So the idea started with the Democrats. I don't know about that. Tim, you're making too much sense as black baby boy. I was being called a MAGA retard a minute ago. Appreciate your input though. Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. Are you there? Hey.
Hey, there's 173 people in here. Let's tap the screen, share the live. Let's get Tim up to about 75.
I like that. Show the program some love.
We can just power tap for the next 2 or 3 minutes, or power tap him to 75,000 and I'll drop. How about that? hey, Tim, listen, I want to go back for a couple of things. First of all, Trey in the comments, stop. That's misinformation.
The Warren Buffett thing, yeah, I knew that was a lie the minute I heard it.
It was. Matter of fact, what he said was these tariffs would be like an act of war. That's what he said in March. Yeah. So stop with the bullshit. It continues to tell us that y'all just you guys pick up these damn heads and you're
breaking up. Mike must have a car. We'll give him. Go ahead.
And it's not true. But before you put it in there, do some reading. Now let's get back to Jeremy's dumbass when he came up here. When he's talking about USA versus the Catholic. Do you know where the Catholic Church gets most of their money from, Tim? Do you know?
It ain't USAID, is it?
USAID, yes, sir. They get most of their donations from USAID.
I did not know that.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. So he's sitting there saying, guess what? And I'm going to tell you another thing USA said when they were talking about this. Not USAID, I'm sorry. The Catholic Church and the Vatican. They were also pissed off about them cutting on the crackdown of undocumented immigrants.
Okay.
The Vatican and the Catholic hierarchy did not want them to approach it that way. So Archifine was right because the Catholic Church, USA, they provide a lot of studies and research for things like here in the U.S. for HIV research and things like that. So they got to stop with this bullshit. Jeremy gets up here and he's speaking like he's factual, and he's not. It's misinformation and it's harmful. We got to stop doing that shit. Jeremy, if you're still here, go read some facts before you bring your bitch ass up here and say shit like that.
Well,
it's harmful. You don't know what you're talking about. It's harmful, Tim.
Well, we could certainly debate whether it's harmful or not. What I didn't like is the fact that when I told him that they had an earthquake in Burma with casualties expected to climb as high as 10,000 in America, that normally is known as a country that rushes to the aid of the downtrodden during a major disaster, has not went there at all. He said good. He was happy to hear that.
He didn't even know what happened. He didn't even know what you were talking about.
But I did explain it to him. I explained to him that a country had an earthquake and as many as 10,000 people are expected to die. And we normally are the ones that rush to help people like that. And we didn't go, and he thought that was a good thing.
And then he tried to support his answer by saying don't use money from USAID, get it from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, but the church gets it from USAID. Make that make sense, Tim. Makes no sense. And here's the thing. I don't know why people would be surprised that Donald Trump would not be there to give these U.S. soldiers the proper reception.
I'm surprised. You think I'm surprised? Why do you think that is? I was surprised to hear that.
Why? He's never respected soldiers. He's never respected them. He didn't respect John McCain. He's always made these comments about soldiers, and he doesn't respect ones that have been caught, and why would they sacrifice their lives? He was disrespectful at Arlington. Why are we surprised? Why are we
because
surprised?
He's an American. He's an American, and you just don't expect that.
But Tim, again, his resume says he would do this. His resume says he would do this. And let's, for the record, we have to go back to his first term. I believe it was the first week in his first term, we had an attack on Yemen and we lost soldiers then. Right. And then early in this second term, we got another attack in Yemen with the Houthis. I mean, listen, he's never respected the military. That's not my opinion. That's facts. the way he treats our veterans, the way he speaks about our veterans. It's fact. You, in the history of this country, have you ever heard a president be so disrespectful to someone like he was to John McCain? Have you ever seen that before?
No. But John McCain, you know, the belief though is that they just had a spat between each other, and it wasn't about the military.
But where did he take it, Tim?
He took it to my war heroes don't get captured.
And he disrespected the man even after the man was gone, Tim.
Yeah, he did do that.
I mean, even after the man was gone, he disrespected that man. So I'm not surprised that he's out on the golf course. Listen, if you type in, there's a website, and there's always been a website on the president's golf tracking since.
I'm not, but you know my opinion on that. You got the most difficult job on the damn planet. I don't have a problem with him golfing as long as you're getting your job done. I mean, his constituency, which is MAGA, they're very happy with the job he's doing.
See, he's been in office for 74 days. He's been golfing 19. He's been golfing 25.68% of his time in office.
But when he is golfing, is he meeting with folks? I mean, Lorena Bobart had him fire a bunch of people the other day, or whatever her name is. Did that meeting happen on the golf course? I mean, he's probably working while he's on the golf course too, though. Okay,
I just asked you, were you okay with 25.68% of his time being on the golf course?
If he's on the golf course and he's working, would I rather he be sitting in the Oval Office as opposed to sitting in a golf cart? I mean, if you're getting the job done, you're getting the job done.
Wasn't this the same guy that said he wouldn't have time to be on the golf course? Wasn't this the same guy that drilled?
The man exaggerates and lies. I'm not gonna day one, 24 hours. Listen, I'm going to agree with you. The guy is not known to be truthful, but I'm simply saying on the golf course doesn't mean he can't be working.
Listen, I'm not saying that listen. See, it's funny how, and I almost said you were fluffing right now. I almost said you was fluffing.
Give it time. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, we keep talking. You're gonna get a couple fluffs in there before we get
done.
Oh my God! What I'm saying is this. We continue to move the goalposts to justify his actions, the very actions that he holds others accountable for.
I can't argue that. I can't argue with that. Trump is very. Yeah, Trump is loaded with hypocrisies. I can't argue with that. I mean, a lot of things he does, he had a past of criticizing others for doing it. I can't argue with that at all.
And listen, I know that it's a difficult job. That's why he shouldn't be in it. So that's why he shouldn't be in it. He shouldn't be in it because it is a difficult job. It does take some focus. And I'm saying that almost 26% of your time is golfing. Do you think he's focused on the country? I mean, listen, between yesterday and today, our stock market is in the toilets. We got 4 U.S. soldiers that he didn't even know were missing when they were missing. That was a fact. Because during that press conference, he was asked by that.
That doesn't look good.
And he said he didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Right?
Well, here's the point. Let me just say this. In regards to Trump, I think his, people say, I plead the fifth, or I cannot recall. His default answer to a lot of shit is, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he didn't know about it or not, but his default answer to a whole lot of stuff is, I'm not aware, I can't recall, I don't know about it. So you expect to hear that a lot from Trump. That's kind of a default answer with him.
Okay, fine. Tim, every time I come up here, all I'm doing is I'm holding him to and his supporters to the same standard that they're trying to hold everyone else to. That's it.
That's fair.
That would not have been his supporters would not have accepted that answer had it been Biden. They called the man Sleepy Joe for his whole fucking term. You think they would have been okay if he would have said he didn't know soldiers were missing?
No, but I get your point, but I'm going to point out your hypocrisy. You're holding Trump accountable for being on the golf course a bunch of times. I mean, Joe Biden was not giving press conferences. I mean, he was sleeping. Trump was golfing. Biden was sleeping. I mean, they got tell-all books coming out right now that's suggesting that Biden needed a whole lot of sleep because he couldn't stay awake.
Again, Tim, when that book comes out and when those facts are there, I'll acknowledge that.
Okay.
Right?
Do you need the book to come out? I think that after seeing him perform in the debate, do you really need a
Tim.
book?
Come on, Tim. Now, listen. So his whole presidency So are you telling me that Biden's whole presidency came down to his performance in that one debate?
No.
That one moment was who he was the whole time?
No, I'm not. What I'm telling you is this. You cannot hold Trump accountable for golfing without acknowledging that the time Trump has spent on the golf course, chances are Biden spent that time asleep.
You said chances are. I'm telling you what factual time he spent out there, and you're sounding like Johnny Mathis in this motherfucker. Chances are. Don't do that, Tim. Come on now. You can't do that, Tim.
I'm just simply saying, you look at Trump on the golf course and you say he's not 100% participating in his place of employment. Biden is falling asleep at actual meetings on TV. You don't hold him accountable for that?
No, now I'm gonna say you're fluffing. See, you walked right into a fluffing moment. But here's the thing. We're talking about, I don't believe that, okay, I'm gonna use your bar right now.
Okay.
When Biden came into office, I'm gonna go back in time real quick. When Biden came into office and he was dealing with the pandemic, he was front and center the whole time.
Say that again.
It was a pandemic. He was front and center the entire time.
Right.
Do you think
the entire time he was on camera?
No, but do you think he would have been on the golf? Let's just be honest, Tim. Do you think Biden would have been on the golf cart today when U.S. soldiers were coming home and we're dealing with this financial crisis? Do you think that's where he would have been today?
I seen 13 soldiers that were coming home get killed under Biden. What are you trying to tell me?
Was he present? Was he there when the bodies came back home, Tim? Did he do his job? Come on now, Tim.
Many would suggest his actions are the reason they came back home in body bags, though. The fact that you're there to meet him at the airport, you want credit for people that may not have been dead. These people are dead because of your administration, but you want credit for meeting their bodies at the airport?
That's not my argument, Tim. My argument is the President of the United States, historically, over all administrations, when we have soldiers come home, they do the right thing and they're there. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll give you that.
And the optics look fucked up that you're swinging a golf club today.
Yeah, I'll give you that. The optics look bad. The optics look bad. I'll give you that.
But his resume, his history shows that that's probably what he would do. That's all I'm saying about that. About that.
I'll certainly agree that when their bodies are being returned, the day is happening. You've been on the golf course. The optics of that does not look good. Where you got Pete Hegseth going to meet the families in the body. And it'd be different if you were in China or somewhere meeting with some world leader, but you're on the golf course. The optics don't look good. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And the optics with where we are with the stock market and the trade wars and everything else going on, and he's out swinging golf clubs. That's not what we want from our leader. Our leader is supposed to be standing firm like Obama did when he stood at attention for 45 minutes when those soldiers came back home. But he's showing us that he doesn't care. He's showing us that these things don't matter. And that's the sad part. So when we're having these conversations, facts matter. How we're perceived on the world stage matters. And it appears, I believe he doesn't give a fuck, but it appears that he does it as well.
Well,
right?
Let me just say this. Let me interrupt you for a minute to respond to a comment in regards to what we're talking about. Someone, Mickey EL says, "Damn, the president doesn't even get a golf break. Damn, there is no pleasing some people. They will just come up with anything." I would agree with your point with the viewer there, Mickey. I would agree with you up to the point where if the bodies are coming home in body bag or in a casket for in this case, that ain't the time to take that golf break. Yeah, the president deserves golf breaks, but not Pete Hegseth is presenting him with the flag, and you're out on the golf course. There isn't really no defense for that. I mean, like I said, if you're meeting with a world leader or something like that, unfortunately, I could not get back in time to be with your family, maybe make a phone call, but you're on the golf course. There is no defense for that. There really is no defense for that.
Listen, there's a time and a place to golf. Listen. And here we go with the extreme. I didn't say ever. I just pointed out there's 25.68% of his time since he's been in office he's been on the golf course. I'm not saying that presidents shouldn't get a break. They always get a break. But it's also costing us millions to do so. So it's not just the time, it's the resources, right? But all I'm saying is there's a time and place for it. And he could have skipped one day of golf to look presidential for the U.S. and for these soldiers that are risking their lives.
How do you respond to something like one of my viewers in the comments, Police Can Reaction says, that's Pete's job to meet the family. It's not Trump's job to meet the family.
What I'm saying to whoever that is I damn, how many times I got to say it? I'm saying the optics look shitty that he's on the golf course. Yeah. Am I mincing words here, Tim?
No, you're not. Here's the point. Even if it's, just to clear up what you're saying, and I agree with you 100% at this point, even if it's Pete's job to do it, then go in fucking hiding while he's doing that. Don't be on the golf course because even though it's Pete's job, you could have actually been there. Then go out and then go into hiding for that day. I mean, go on TV and do a press conference. Don't be on the golf course while that's happening. Well, it wasn't my job, so I decided to go play golf. No, I get what you're saying.
And here's this, because I know you got to go in a minute. Here's my thing. It's a very stressful job. That's why presidents, after their 4 years, always got a lot more gray hair. They look a lot different after those 4 years. There's a lot going on. But to that point, there are also some days where you can't go do what the fuck you want to do because you're running the fucking free world.
You're running
Sometimes you just can't go do what you want to do. But you also have carte blanche that you don't think he could have made that day up any day he wanted to do.
Yeah. I don't, once the way you illustrated it, I can't disagree with you. The fact is the optics of it looks bad. We can go with a million reasons why he didn't have to be there, but the optics of it, and for my MAGA viewers that are trying to bring up, Biden looking at his watch and falling asleep, that don't excuse this. You can point to things that Biden did that may look bad, and maybe some of it does, but the optics of this still looks bad, too.
Yeah, and instead of pointing to, listen, Biden's not in office, Kamala didn't win, all that shit, we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about the first 74 days of his presidency. It is a clusterfuck. That's what it is.
Depends on who you ask. He secured the border. He gets a high mark for even independents and liberals believe he's done a good job on the border. So all of it ain't a clusterfuck.
But you know what's so funny about that, Tim? People are forgetting. And listen, you and me, listen, you and I won't agree on the border thing because if it was that serious, he would have passed the legislation before he got in office. So that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Listen, they can say whatever he did now, he could have did then. He could have done it.
Yeah, but he probably wouldn't be in office. But his point was, I want to be the one that gets to do it.
And the funny part about it, I think if he would have done it, he would have shown that it was about America, not just about his campaign. I told you that then.
Yeah, but then he couldn't run on it.
Yeah, but what he could have run on is that he passed the legislation and it was bipartisan, and that they took his lead on it then. That's what he could have did, but he doesn't care.
Well, we can Monday morning quarterback, but the fact is, as Trump might suggest, he kicked Biden's ass. He's in there, so he won. So whatever he did the right thing. He's in the office.
Yep. Now, real quick, I'm going to pivot to Elon's dumbass real quick, and then I'll go. So the board has asked him to step down. We were seeing reports that the Tesla board of directors are asking him to step down.
Right.
They've been talking about this for, a few weeks now. But he doesn't care either, Tim. He doesn't care either. Just like when Jeremy was up here, I'm going back to this for a reason. We believe we know why they targeted USA because that's where the investigation was coming from.
Yep.
Right?
Several of them.
Right? Several investigations. That's why they targeted
I think like 9 of them, yeah.
But Jeremy and anyone else that believes that they found this fraud. First of all, to call it fraud means you would have to have a further investigation. You would have to identify people that committed fraud, and no one has seen that been arrested or been indicted on.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'm not going to throw Elon under the bus with the waste, fraud, and abuse, but I'm not going to give him credit either. You can't tell me you're finding all this fraud and you don't have one indictment. That doesn't make sense.
Well, and again, I just want people to start using the resume of the people that we're talking about. Before we start talking about all these things, look what's going on right now. Tesla's in trouble. Tesla's in big trouble. We haven't seen any evidence of this fraud and waste and all this. And people like Trey and Jeremy and MAGA, they just buy into this as if it's factual. And if you just take a little bit of time to do some research, you'd be like, well, like that didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, you heard Jeremy say he believes 90% of what he hears, so he didn't lie. 90%, that's pretty damn high.
With no facts.
Yeah.
He did say that. No evidence, he just believes it.
Yeah. I think that's why MAGA is giving Trump and Elon such high regards, is because, yeah, they don't, if Trump says he did something that's believable on face value, he don't need to prove it. So I can understand why they're giving him an A+, because he's giving you A+ accomplishments, and you're not asking for any evidence. So yeah, if he says I cured cancer, and you don't even ask him, well, what type of cancer did you cure? Or give me the name of some patients. You just believe him, then yeah, he should get an A+.
That's like that holy water, right?
Let me get out of here. All right.
Listen, Tim. At the end of the day, don't let them come up with that bullshit, man. Fact check that shit real time.
Fair enough. I knew the Warren Buffett thing was not true.
Warren Buffett gave him prayer. You think Warren Buffett got that money by listening to Trump's dumbass?
Of course not. Appreciate it.
34% tariffs coming from China.
Yeah, I heard about that.
On April 10th.
Let's wait till the prices start hitting and we'll see what happens. Mike, thank you.
All right. Okay, bro.
All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. 70,000, is that possible? Tap the screen, get the lights up. Tim, why is Mike getting so much time? He's what do you say there? What the hell was on that? He literally, damn, my screen keeps going bad. Don't know where it went. He literally said nothing of substance. I disagree with that. I think him pointing out the optics of being on the golf course while dead service personnel were coming home. I think that has a lot of validity too, because I was pushing back on him until he orated that the way he did. So I disagree with that. Malcolm X said nothing more dangerous than a liberal. I love when I hear the right say that, because you don't have any other Malcolm X quote at all to your favor, because the rest of them are all anti-white men. You bring up this one quote over and over again about what Malcolm X said about the liberals. How about all that other shit that he got from the Nation of Islam? You want to quote some of that shit? Let's just quote this one thing this dude said, who's literally made thousands of passages. Let's just keep quoting that one thing about the liberals. You want to bring Malcolm X up? And let me go ahead and bring up all of the Malcolm X quotes that you don't want to hear shit about. About not trusting the white man and all that shit. Malcolm X, oh my God. That's hilarious. Let me go back to the box. Quoting Malcolm X. Really? What's next? Al Sharpton? Tap the screen. 65,000, make that happen. Convo at 6th grade level says, idiot, servant, Michael. When you say something like that, Darren, okay, so IG's been claiming waste, abuse, and fraud for decades and done nothing. One person diving into it and finally they claim it isn't true. Well, that's an interesting one. That Warped D, I think that says, you say that the IGs have been claiming waste, fraud, and abuse for decades, and they've done nothing. All of a sudden, Elon comes along and he's diving into it, and finally, and they claim it isn't true. Well, the solution is simple. Show us that it is true. I mean, that was really, really simple. You're bragging about all this stuff you're finding. How hard is it to prove some of this stuff? You got hundreds of people you're claiming. I think thousands of them, he said. Trump said millions and millions of people receiving Social Security that are over the age of 150. That ain't that hard to prove, is it not? You can't show me some folks you arrested where you can show proof that they cashed a check. Some dude that's only 39 cashed a check that was reserved for somebody that was 150. If people are claiming this stuff ain't true, how hard is it to prove some of it is? So yeah, they're gonna say that what he is saying is not true, because he is claiming things and they're finding out a lot of it ain't true. When you suggest you found 80 billion, and it turned out to be 8 million, do people overlook that? When the numbers are inflated like that? The solution is simple, just provide evidence of what you're doing. And that would shut them up. What you're basically doing is you're demanding people just trust you. That's it. You have no right to question what I'm saying, whether it's true or not. Which will lead to the obvious question to all of you folks. Do you really trust your government, whether it's liberal or Republican? Do you trust that your government is always telling you the truth? Because apparently we have a government in place now that do not want to be questioned. That doesn't make any sense to me. He didn't say millions of people on fraud or Social Security. He said they were spending millions extra. I'm just simply going to put it this way. You can't tell me you're finding all of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Fraud is a crime. Where are all of the arrestees at? Where are all of the people you're arresting? That's all I'm saying. It's no different than all of these immigrants that are coming over here raping and murdering everybody, and you're not producing a bunch of rapists and murderers. Is it wrong to ask for proof of what you're saying? You flew an aircraft down to El Salvador, hundreds of people on there. I'm hearing they're gang members. Now you say rapists and murderers. You've reduced the threshold all the way down to where he had a tattoo on him I didn't like. Give me some of the folks that actually raped and murdered people. Where are they at? Well, let's talk about Lincoln Riley. Weren't we talking about her last year? You got hundreds of people. This is the only name you can come up with. Look, I'm willing to give them credit where credit is due, but I do believe you should have to prove your work. I don't believe you should just be taking at face value is the point I'm making. They just found a recording of Schumer in 2018 making the same statements Elon has been. Okay? And if Schumer had came out and said he was finding a waste, fraud, and abuse that Elon has found, the right would be telling him to prove it. I don't see any point. Look, I am totally willing to give Elon Musk credit for waste, fraud, and abuse findings. But I want to see evidence of it. I'm not just going to go by face value. What's next? You want to give Trump credit for saving all the dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio? Going back to the box, we'll go straight to Steve Horton. By the way, for folks who are wondering how to call in, we're on Instagram Live. We're on TikTok Live. Come on over. We'll bring you right up. I think I got somebody on Instagram. We'll give this next caller a chance to come up. If not, we'll go over to Instagram for the next caller. As Google it right now, the articles are still there. RJ, you guys are talking to each other. We'll give my caller a minute. Apparently, it's not coming up. They allow all the time need to audit the Pentagon. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to ever believe that anybody that leads the government, whether it's Biden, we've seen with his cognitive abilities, Biden made it sound like he could do another 20 years as president. He wasn't telling the truth, but we're supposed to assume that Trump always is? So if he says he's finding waste, fraud, and abuse, I don't think it's too much to ask him to show us the receipts. The actual reality that people are arguing that you should not be asking for proof, you should just trust him. That does sound like some type of authoritarian government figure or something. You can't question Kim Jong-il. You should just take his advice. Or Kim Jong-il is the father. But, the thing about it is, look, if he's done it, I'll give him credit for it. Going back to the box, we'll go over to Instagram. Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program. It's on X, so it must be true. Yeah, good luck with that, right? X is owned by Elon. So, yeah, you're not going to have anything anti-Elon hardly on X. Sherbert, good evening.
Howdy, Tim.
Hey. So we're on Tariff Day 3. Now today's kind of an open forum, so we're taking political questions of any political questions de jour, but we're on Day 3 of the tariffs. Now I know how you feel about the tariffs. I know it's not a pleasant scene. Am I correct?
100%.
Okay. Any chance at all this turns out good for America, though?
I can't really see how. It would take like 10 years for us to get the manufacturing into full gear that Trump is talking about. It's not a 2-month, it's not a 6-month thing. So I don't understand how we could even get it done.
Well, so because obviously his supporters view this as something great. Why are you sounding you're sounding more doom and gloomish? His supporters are sounding very celebratory. Where's the difference and what's causing that?
I have an anecdotal. I have a story that actually happened to me.
Sure.
Where I was looking to get a job here in Texas, where they were going to build a whole refinery, And then Trump's steel tariffs hit like right before they were going to build this facility. And then that facility got put back like 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And this was a major company. This wasn't just a startup trying to make shit happen. This was a major company that builds stuff all over the world. And it didn't matter. We couldn't get it done because we couldn't afford the steel at the time.
You know, it's interesting you would say that because when you think about all the things that may be built out of steel, there's probably going to be high rises and buildings and things like that that may face that same issue. Where you were about to quote somebody the price of constructing a facility or a building, and now you don't know what to tell them, you know, because you know this stuff may actually go up 25-30% in price. So you may need to go talk to your investors and tell them they need to come up with a lot more money.
Yep. I just had the engine in my car explode.
Damn.
They warrantied it out, and it's a Kia, so it's a known issue. But if this happened here in 2 months from now, I don't know if they would warranty the engine because they got to get the parts in from Korea.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
It's all going to be bad, and all of these people that are just overlooking the struggles of people that can't handle a $500 emergency. We're just supposed to tough it out with another 20 grand added on top of any car.
But that's what I keep saying is that you're right. The expectation is that goods and services will go up in this country. And you are correct that it sounds like the president, who's talked about temporary suffering, expects that Americans, as you say, they might be living check to check to just be able to handle it. But it does make me keep continuing asking that question. Why does MAGA seem to agree with him that, yeah, there's people that are struggling and living paycheck to paycheck, but they are capable of handling the temporary suffering? I mean, MAGA seems like they're in it for the long haul.
Well, Tim, you were the perfect example. Not you specifically, but your show is the perfect example of seeing how MAGA reacts and Gen X and Jeremy don't seem to actually care. They're just willing to put up with anything because they like how it sounds.
Well, Jeremy really surprised me today when I gave him the example of hurricane, gave him the example of folks dying in an earthquake and no longer receiving charitable aid from America. And he was like, good. That one really took me back. That was diabolical. I'm like, damn.
Wasn't there a bunch of tornadoes like a month ago out in the middle of the country? And as far as I know, there was no disaster relief going to any of those people. No, I haven't looked into it, so maybe they have brought some in, but it's my understanding they didn't. So what advantage are we getting out of this Trump administration? Cool, the border is closed by your say. But we could have done something about that before if Trump hadn't vetoed the bill. We could have been working on this for a long time, but hatred just seems to be the main purpose. And it's real dumb. I don't like bullies.
You said hatred seems to be the main hatred of who? Of what?
Well, apparently Australia is ripping us off forever now. And apparently it sure feels like we hate Australia, or at least Trump hates Australia right now. For no apparent reason to me.
I haven't heard Trump suggest that any country on earth right now is not ripping us off. I mean, he even added tariffs to, like literally every country. He even added tariffs to Israel. And as Ben Shapiro was, I played the clip yesterday. Ben Shapiro was saying Israel has a 0% tariff agreement with America. And some kind of way Trump's math led him to believe they're charging us 50 or 60%. So he's suggesting that only by charging them 30, he's doing them a favor. Like, where are you getting the math from? So, I don't know, because I have not heard Trump suggest that. Well, at least this country is doing okay with us, so we won't have to tariff them. He's made it sound like every single country on earth is the bad guy.
He sounds like a toddler, like he's never been told no before.
Well, that might be true.
Oh, shit. I don't know what to do, Tim. There's nothing we can do, it feels like.
Well, but somebody said in the comments, Takesha said, except Russia. Did he impose any tariffs on Russia at all?
I don't believe so.
I mean, not like we have a big trade agreement with Russia right now, but Russia has not come up in this.
Doesn't that show you the true colors when the only people we don't put tariffs on are the dictators? the people he said he's in love with.
Is North Korea on the list?
I'm to understand they don't have tariffs either.
Wow, yeah, that is kind of interesting. Then.
When your priorities are golf and being friends with dictators, I don't see how that's good for the everyday American.
Mm. Do we survive this?
They say I've got They say I have TDS. I say I'm looking at the facts. There's never been any real proof about the election fraud that apparently 100% happened and was stolen away from Trump. If you can't show me proof on that literally years ago, and you're not showing any proof on this waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're not showing any proof on the Venezuelan gang members, and you're not showing proof on where the tariffs actually are, how am I supposed to give anybody the benefit of the doubt when they've straight up been lying and then talking shit the entire time?
Yeah, I like I said, I'm willing to give Trump credit even to the detriment of some of my viewers on the left, but I gotta agree with you. I mean, asking for proof should not be treated as being unpatriotic or being, anti-Trump or having Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, you should be able to ask your commander in chief, doesn't matter what party they're on. Can I see evidence of what you're saying?
Tim, when you ask your boss, hey, where did all those benefits, when all the bonuses go for Christmas? And he says, fuck you, get out of my office. I probably don't want to work there anymore.
Yep, yeah, and that is 100% true. And that's but it's crazy though, in this case, it's like asking your boss, what happened to those Christmas bonuses? And the other co-workers are telling you, get the fuck out of here. They don't want you to ask. I don't understand that. It's the co-workers that are going off.
You got the free coffee, Tim. Well, you want your goddamn bonus? How dare you?
Yeah, just like an unappreciative...
You got a pizza party? Wasn't the pizza party good enough, Tim?
I guess just a whole bunch of unappreciative liberals. Maybe that's what we are. A bunch of unappreciative liberals. So
I was pretty appreciative during Biden, and I can see that he was losing mind, and I was super unhappy when it looked like it was Biden and Trump, the two oldest fucking assholes to be for president. But then still now, the old asshole is in there. So what are we supposed to do?
Trump third term, what say you?
I'll be protesting at the Capitol.
You've told me that a few times. Well,
I'm proud to be there.
Well, you're not exactly... You don't exactly look like Enrique or the Proud Boys. I don't know if they would treat you the same.
Well, maybe I'll get some face paint. I'll go full orange like Trump, and then they might mistake me. We'll see. Grow my beard full again.
Well, if you put on a Viking hat, I hear they like those type.
I'll probably put a sombrero on. That might be fun.
I'll see if I can mail you a Confederate flag. That also tends to help as well, so we'll see.
Now, a sombrero wearing the Confederate flag as a cape. That'll be just right on.
A sombrero with the Confederate flag as a cape. That looks like somebody who got some real PTSD or somebody who's really just confused.
South Texas, Tim.
You said what?
Got rep South Texas.
Oh my God, yeah. All right, fair enough. I got to move it on, Sherbert. Thank you for holding, by the way. I appreciate that. I saw you in at the end. Thank you.
Have a good night, Tim.
You too. All right, looking in the comments, 4 months in and we're talking about 3 terms to this disaster Trumpinese. I'm telling you, I had a live the other day where I illustrated via the videos of how many Republicans really, really adore Trump. The accolades they're giving Trump. And like I said, I'm not here to suggest that Trump has been garbage there's, you could, if you judge him fairly, a lot of this stuff is still up in the air. I mean, he's only been in office for a few months, but I don't believe he's to the point where you should be, yelling that he's the worst president ever. I don't see why you got Republican politicians trying to put his face on Mount Rushmore either. So, like I said, I'm willing to hold reserve judgment until I see proof. But the idea that so many Republican politicians, one wanted to name Nashville International Airport after Trump. And when I say politicians, I mean each one of the things I'm telling you is coming from a member of the Republican Party that's actively serving in state houses. One wanted to name Nashville International after Trump. Another one wanted to name Dulles International in D.C. after Trump, so that one airport will be named Reagan International, and then the other one will be named Trump. They wanted to name a highway in Oklahoma after Trump. Had another Republican congressman that wanted to commemorate the 250th year of this country by creating a $250 bill, and you can guess whose face would be on the front of it. Another one wanted to, as of April of 2026, to no longer put Benjamin Franklin's face on the $100 bill. Once again, you can guess whose face he wanted to put on. All of these Republican Congress and senators in various states around this country wanting to do this stuff, wanting to do all of this stuff. A federal holiday after Trump. While he's alive, wow, so he literally could be alive on his own plane, landing in an airport named after him, while celebrating a holiday that's named after him, with money in his pocket with his face on it. Where do they do that at? We can talk about we can talk about whether he's accomplished anything to be at that level, but what countries do shit like that, where the guy who is actually in charge has his face on the money? For some of you folks who may have seen the first version of the movie Coming to America, where the prince, he's not just a prince, he has his own money. Where Eddie Murphy's face, where do they do that at? You almost got to be in a country where the leader is a dictator. It's almost, no other country does that. But there's been a lot of folks on the right that want to do that stuff. And I played the clips, all of the news clips from different news networks showing you which politician wanted. Everything I said has been proposed by a Republican actually serving in office. So it's not some far-right lunatic or something. These are people that have been voting in that's wanting all that stuff. Looking in the comments, though, the orange dictator, Supreme Tangerine, damn, Mr. Sloth. I got man is crazy and the people following him are crazy too. God help us. Oh my goodness. I like the fact that the United States likes and wants Canadian goods and a lot of it. RJ, we have the people are not the ones that are in charge, it's the president. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie. 12, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Lori Wolf submitted that. Wow. I don't know what it's in reference to. I'm going to play ignorant on that, but wow. Continuing on with the program, though, tap the screen. I see Takesha says, amen. What the hell has he done to warrant such lavish treatment? This guy wants to hell as a god. Well, I was in line at a Trump rally myself and had somebody look me in the face and tell me that Trump was indeed sent here by God. Continuing on with the one and only Takesha Bowie. Good evening, Takesha.
Handsome.
Good, happy Friday to you.
Hey, sweetie. Listen, all that stuff you just said they wanted to do for Trump, that doesn't seem strange to you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
That they acting like this about a president. Come on, let's be for real. That doesn't sound cultish to you?
Like I said, if I hadn't done the show myself and played the actual clips from those actual politicians, it would have sounded unbelievable.
Handsome, this is getting ridiculous out here in these MAGA streets. Now, I'm going to try to give MAGA a little grace.
In these MAGA streets?
I'm going to give them a little grace, Tim, because they truly believe in their cause. They truly believe in Trump. They truly believe everything he says because he's saying it, then Fox News is saying it, then Newsmax is saying it. You got these crazy senators saying, so everybody that they listen to is basically letting them think that Trump ain't doing nothing but telling the truth about everything. Trump said that since he put the tariffs in, every country has called him. Now, Trump...
I forgot what I was watching. I'm doing my day job this morning. I got serious...
He was getting on the plane. He was lying.
Yeah, I would like to say the same thing.
Every country has called him to make a deal. Trump, them folks ain't called you.
I was about to say the same.
Half of them can't make a deal because they ain't even charging you tariffs. That's number
number one, Tim, the numbers are ridiculous. If you go back and research those numbers, all those numbers are absolutely wrong. Trump should be ashamed of himself, but he knows that his base is not going to go look those numbers up. So they really think that these people are charging us, and he putting these retaliatory tariffs on people that ain't even charging us even 1% of a tax.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm doing my day job and I got Sirius XM on in the car and I'm listening to Fox and Fox Business, and I heard that exact statement when they said exactly what you just said. You know, Trump claims that everybody's called. I'm like, that's bullshit. These people ain't called you. I mean,
Them folks getting together.
I knew that was a lie.
They calling each other, trying to see how they can get rid of the United States.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody called you, Donald Trump. Stop.
Yeah.
That's my problem with him, Zeus. That's my problem with Donald Trump. You ask me why I don't like him. It's because he keeps trying to make a fool out of the people that support him. He keep lying and feeding them lies because he know they gonna believe it. I can't stand for a person to manipulate people that are vulnerable and support them. That's my problem with Donald Trump.
Yeah, but like I said, I knew because Trump is known to exaggerate and paint himself in a really good light. I knew when he said that. I've had several countries call me like, as you just stated.
He said every country has called me to make a deal. Trump, stop lying.
As you just stated, most of those countries that he's threatening to impose tariffs on are trying to team up with each other and figure out ways to do what they need to do around the United States. They're not trying to make deals.
Trump phone drier than the Sahara Desert. Ain't nobody called trying to make no deal. Stop lying, Donald.
But it did sound good. It did sound good. Now, real quick.
It didn't sound good. It sounded like a lie.
No, it sounded good to those who wanted to hear it.
Well, it sounded like a lie to the people with common sense. Let me say that.
Well, Chris, while you and I are talking, Chris Lohman on YouTube says that the new name of my show needs to be The Racist Liberal. What are we saying?
Are you racist? Because, see, that's my problem with them. That's why I don't like them. If you against Trump, you're a radical left. If you don't agree with him, then you're racist. If you don't agree with him and you're a Republican, you're a rhino. Everybody that goes against Trump got a name. You cannot say nothing against this man without them swearing you being a bad person. I'm sick of MAGA. Just because they lovingly adore him does not mean everybody else has to. Just because they believe everything he says doesn't mean everybody has to. Just because they support everything he does doesn't mean that everybody has to. And that doesn't make you a bad person. That makes you a person with your own mind, with your own thinking, and with common sense to know that no man on this earth is telling the absolute truth about everything, and everything he does is not right, and we have the right to not like it.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you 100% in terms of you cannot be vocally against Trump without getting, as you rightfully pointed out, some kind of name or insult by MAGA. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way because you had folks. Hold on. You had folks saying that Genocide Joe has got to go. That was the liberals doing it, interrupting Kamala Harris rallies. The left didn't call them crazy ass names like that. And you certainly didn't hear Biden and Harris insulting them like that. And those folks ultimately voted for Trump. I don't get that, where you're not allowed to criticize the president. Otherwise, you become an enemy of the country. I just don't understand that.
That you're not allowed to criticize the president. You're not allowed to criticize Trump, whether he was in office or not.
Yeah.
You couldn't talk about him. No, even when he was a private citizen, you better not say nothing about him because these people have lost their mind over this man.
Yeah. I don't know one Republican that is critical of Trump and still respected by the Republican Party. Not one. Even. Go ahead.
When they call Mitch McConnell of all people a rhino,
yeah,
I just wanted to snatch my ass off and kick it myself. Because if anybody is a true Republican, it's Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
You don't get no more Republican that Mitch McConnell handsome.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I agree. I mean, hell, Mormon Romney was pretty damn conservative as well. But
They
yeah,
have changed it. Come on now.
yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't understand it. But if you're critical of Trump, you lose all respect for MAGA. I don't care.
They gonna turn on you faster than a prostitute's back to her pimp. That's just how fast they turn on your hands. I'm trying to tell you now. It's getting ridiculous.
It ain't.
It's ridiculous out here.
Yeah, I don't have an explanation for it. I cannot defend it because you should be able to be critical of a president. I mean, or of a politician.
You know what, handsome? You know what I know it went too far. When people when mothers and children stop talking because the mama might support Trump and the children don't. When husbands and wives fell out because the husband might support Trump and the wife don't. That went on for real in families. I've talked to some people who don't talk to their children because their children are mad because they don't support Donald Trump.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why that verse that lady read. That's why I say amen. Because these people have a strong delusion. They have a stronghold that they don't know they have. This man has fooled the very elect of them. And that's what the Bible said. That it's gonna happen. They got itching ears and he tickling them. You hear me? they just going by whatever is in the Bible.
Is it not possible that Trump has done such a phenomenal, his leadership has been so phenomenal that is the reason why they like him so much?
No.
Not at all.
They was crazy about Ronald Reagan. Did they act like that about Ronald Reagan the way they acting about Donald Trump?
No, not at all. Not at all. I've never seen anything like this. Listen.
That's my whole point, Hansel. This is a strange thing that's going on.
But then I gotta ask, where did it come from? Okay, what is it about Trump that's making? I mean, you're talking about this cult and all of this. What is it about Trump that made folks fall in line and become that devoted to him, in your opinion?
He never left off the scene. He repeated the same thing. He kept having rallies, Hansel. Remember, he never stopped having rallies. The more you feed people information, the more you pound it in their head, the more they believe you, the more they adore you. He kept telling, we love MAGA, and all that kind of stuff. So he kept saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. So it got locked into their brain.
So he isn't.
And now all they hear is Donald Trump love me, and everything he says right, and everybody that's against him is wrong. That's what people that's over cults do. They learn how to manipulate the mind, and that's what he's done.
Wow. So he is indeed probably one of the best politicians we've ever had then. It sounds like he's really mastered the game.
It ain't that he the best politician, he the best cult leader. He the past Jim Jones.
You don't think that. Wait. Jim Jones, people drank the Kool-Aid and took their life for Jim Jones. Do you believe MAGA would take their life for Trump?
Let me tell you something. I heard when Trump was running again, this man said,
My caller is dropped. We'll give it a second for her to...
Your children back here with no dad and no husband.
Wait. Repeat that again. Repeat that again because you dropped. Repeat that. Repeat that again because you dropped out for a second.
I said, I heard this.
Yeah, you're still dropping out.
And I was like, and leave your wife and your kids. You hear me now?
Yeah, I think you were dropping out. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm delayed, Tim, for some reason.
All
I
right.
don't know why.
Okay, I'll go ahead and drop you then if something's going on because it's making it hard to communicate. All right, Takesha, real quick, I did want to give you a clip of what I was talking about before we move on with the program, and I will ask that you tap the screen, get me on up to 85,000 on the likes. You know what we always ask. Anybody who's wondering how to call in, I'll repeat, TikTok and Instagram Live is where we're also being broadcast live. That's where the callers, the audio portion of the program is coming from. So we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. So don't ever believe that because your opinion is right, you're going to get limited, you're going to get banned, or you're going to get, we don't talk down the guest on the program. So it doesn't matter what your political opinion is, even if you're critical of me, you will be given plenty of time to speak. So understand that this is not one of those kind of programs where we're attempting to have an echo chamber. Most of my callers right now, because Trump is in office, lean left. But when I was heavily critical, the show was heavily critical of the Biden's economy a year or two ago, a large portion of my audience was right. The problem is a large portion of the voting constituency in this country does not like hearing counter opinions. So when I get anti-liberal, my MAGA viewers increase. When I start pointing out things that Trump does wrong, the MAGA zone out, unsubscribe, don't follow, don't tune in, and then the liberal side increase. That's kind of what me and my last caller was talking about, is that everybody only wants to hear good things for their side. My opinion is if your side is fucking up, you're not doing yourself any good by only wanting to hear positive things about what your side is doing. Like right now, the tariffs are the talk of the land. Most financial analysts believe that those tariffs are probably going to lead to increased price costs, recession, bad things. MAGA don't want to hear that. Listen, if that's the person's career, their job is to be a financial analyst, why would you discount them solely because they're saying something that you don't want to hear? That don't mean it's going to go away. So I don't know where that goes, but where is Q handsome? Are they done? Q is kind of like BLM when there's no police incident taking place. Q is there. Q is kind of similar to the Tea Party, the folks with the mask mandate that surrounded the Michigan Capitol building in the state of Michigan under Gretchen Whitmer. They're there, but right now they're in leadership. So they're not going to, if Trump, let's say we had another pandemic and Trump started telling people to wear masks, Q is going to remain dormant. The Tea Party is going to remain dormant because it's coming from Trump. Like the tariffs and all this shit. If Biden was doing this, the right would probably be pretty fucking upset. So Q is still there. It's just there's no reason to come forward. I'd suggest that if Kamala Harris had won the election and Trump started saying that she stole it, you would probably see Q. You would probably hear about him. They're not going to come up with conspiracies against their own guy. So they're there. They're just dormant right now. You'll hear from them again. I guarantee you that. Looking in the comments real quick. Tar Heel, yes you can on Instagram. We'll go to the box, bring up the next caller. Trump is a businessman, not a political career person. If he's making fun about running for a third term, he sure sounds like a career politician to me. He wants to be in the White House longer than anybody else has been there since FDR. He's sure starting to sound like a career politician. I don't know about that anymore. That sounded good in 2015, that he wasn't he was an outsider. He's not a typical politician. You can't use that in 2025 at this point. He's a politician. He's been in politics now since coming down the escalator in 2015. He's a politician now. He's been orbiting around the White House for 10 straight years. You're a politician now. You can't be out on prom talking about you're not a typical student. You're about to graduate. You're a student now. This ain't freshman orientation. You're a student now. He is certainly a politician. Tar Heel, I'm trying to bring you up, and it's not letting me do that. I'll try it again. Tar Heel 69. Not to be confused with Takashi. Real quick before that, while I'm trying to bring him up, I'll give you a quick clip of what I'm trying to play or speak to you guys on, so you know that I'm not making this shit up.
Today is President's Day.
Hold on a second here. I may need a little bit more volume on this.
Honors the birthday. Today is President's Day holiday. Honors the birthdays of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. One upstate New York member of Congress believes President Trump's birthday should also be a federal holiday. Republican Claudia Tenney, who twice represented the Binghamton area in Congress, has introduced a bill that would designate June 14th as a national holiday honoring both Trump, who was born on that date in 1946, and Flag Day, which is observed on the same day. Tenney now represents the 24th District, which encompasses a large swath of upstate New York, bordering Lake Ontario.
So she's trying to make his birthday a federal holiday while he's still alive. Understand that.
Post on X, though, that comes in from Representative Luna. This is out of Florida, and she has introduced legislation, she says, to carve President Trump's face onto Mount Rushmore. You can see this post here again on Twitter. She did say in a release here today, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna introduced legislation to arrange the carving of President Donald J. Trump on the iconic Mount Rushmore National Memorial in South Dakota. The bill aims...
Real quick, just understand this is not coming from people that are far right. These is coming from actual politicians. They're in office. So this is just not some kind of podcast or something that says some crazy shit. These folks are in office. Good evening, Tar Heel. Welcome to the program.
Hello.
Hey, good to have you on. Good to have you on. So what brought you up today? What are we getting wrong over here?
All right. The first thing people don't understand is our country is $37 trillion in debt.
Okay.
It's going to come to the point where
You're freezing up. Say that again. It's going to come to the point where what?
I said what people fail to understand is we're $37 trillion in debt.
Okay.
And within 7 to 10 years, our country's going to go bankrupt.
So we got plenty of money laying around to build new F-47s, jets?
Well, what I'm saying is that the world, it's going to come to the point.
Your audio's going in and out really bad.
I'm sorry. I'll hang up and try again.
Okay, do that. Yeah, we'll try to reset it. Go ahead and drop out deficit numbers. I don't see how it could possibly have not. For you folks that are on YouTube, I don't know what happened there. Hopefully it brings it back up. It dropped me, my device reset. But we'll continue on. I don't know what happened with Tar Heels, but we'll go to another one of the viewers here. He was spending recklessly before COVID, says Data Emily. So you're saying that Trump was already spending recklessly. MAGA reacts. Are you there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on Instagram this time, so you can actually see my video.
I do see that. I do see your setup.
There
I am.
I got you on the computer. The computer YouTube is not up for some reason, and then I got you on TikTok.
Okay.
That's my TikTok phone.
Which one of you're saying one of my YouTube feeds are not up?
One of them's not up. Let me refresh it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up.
All right. Okay.
They're both horizontal, so I don't know about your vertical YouTube.
That's weird. Okay. So I want to ask you a question because we talked about this earlier on the program with one of my other callers. Why is it that anybody on the right that criticizes Trump turns into a rhino or a traitor to the country? Looking good. I see you there. Why is it that the minute you criticize Trump, you become a rhino?
I mean, it's not that. Like, we didn't like these people to start out with. You know, Mitch McConnell, Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, Bush, Romney. We didn't like any of these people. I mean, I was a Democrat right before Trump, and I didn't like these people.
Hold on.
These people were all monsters worse than Trump until Trump became a thing.
You didn't. Wait, hold on.
Defending them?
You said we didn't like these people when you started with Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell was in a deep red state, and he's been getting elected before you were born. If you don't like him, how the hell is he constantly winning? If your side doesn't like him, how does he keep winning? It ain't Democrats electing him.
Yeah, he's only got to win in Alabama. He doesn't got to win the entire United States. Otherwise, he would have ran for president a long time ago if he's so fucking popular.
Mitch McConnell not only keeps winning in Kentucky, but they also made him they also gave him the leadership role on the Senate. I'm not seeing all of this not liking him shit. Before Trump came along, hold on, wait. Before Trump came along, I don't recall seeing a whole bunch of criticism of Mitch McConnell when he stopped Obama from his Supreme Court pick, talked about making him a one-term president. I didn't hear all this "we don't like Mitch McConnell" stuff you're talking about.
Well, back then I was on the other side, so I definitely didn't like Mitch McConnell back then.
I think that you sure that this ain't a case of Trump telling the right that this is a bad guy, and all of a sudden he becomes a bad guy?
No, I mean he was always a bad guy in like mainstream media. He's always a bad guy in the culture. They were all painted as bad guys. Dick Cheney has movies about how bad he was, and Mitch McConnell is his like henchman. You know, they have several movies about how bad Dick Cheney and Bush and all these idiots were bad. Romney's the only one that was just like painted bad, but isn't really bad. He's just fucking retarded.
They're all bad, yet the Republicans keep voting them in. Now you're mentioning Cheney, and Liz Cheney was probably going to be a Wyoming congresswoman until she died, unless she decided to get a promotion. All of a sudden, Trump comes along, says she's bad, and her whole career is over. You don't see any of this.
Well, look, the party's definitely having another realignment, and the old fucking I want to call them rhinos, the old Republicans, the Bush Republicans. I don't like the term rhino. I always call them Bush Republicans. So the old Bush Republicans are still keeping these people in office, and the new Republicans are slowly getting rid of them. Mitch is on his way out. He'll be gone in the midterms. So, you know, we got rid of the so-called bad guys because all these people were painted as bad guys by media, by the left, by everybody not too long ago.
Yeah, your party liked all of these people until Trump had a problem with them. I didn't hear anybody having anything negative to say about Nikki Haley until Trump called her a bird brain. Now all of a sudden she's a bad person. She got elected twice to governor in South Carolina. Nobody had any issue with her.
I'll give you Nikki Haley, because Nikki Haley was we didn't know about these people. They were just people picked by Trump to do whatever job, but we were learning with Trump. That's the problem. Like, a lot of us haven't been around for like 50 years. We've only been around for 10, 20 years in politics. We've only really been paying attention to
Did you know what about Ron DeSanctimonious? Did you know who he was?
Yeah, no, I still like DeSantis. I mean, the Republican Party is so many voices that you're going to find a voice to say almost anything you want to back up whatever narrative you want to back up, like the people on your video. I mean, they're just some small-ass senator in New York, and I don't know what the second state was.
Let me ask you to you this way. Is there any Republican out there that is critical of Trump, but yet still respected by the Republican Party?
I'm sure I could figure one out.
Take your time. Take your time.
I'm critical of Trump right now.
Yeah, take your time. Give me one that's critical of Trump and yet still respected by MAGA in the Republican Party.
I mean, I think DeSantis is. I'll give DeSantis that one. Even though him and Trump's been bumping heads, he's still very well liked here in Florida. I'm in Miami, Florida, and I still like DeSantis. And if I could vote for him for another 4 years, I would. But you know.
DeSantis, other than while running for president, DeSantis is not critical of Trump. Just like Nikki Haley, when she was running for president, the minute she stopped running, just like DeSantis did, he went right back to becoming MAGA, kind of like landing gear on an aircraft. The minute he took off from the runway and wasn't going to land at presidency, he retracted the landing gear. So he's MAGA all of a sudden. They like Ron DeSantis because he's not critical of Trump anymore.
The problem with both DeSantis and what's her name, Haley, is they're not populist. Trump's a populist just as much as he's a Republican, and I lean toward more the populist side of Trump, not the Republican side. I could give almost zero shits about the Republican side.
But that still doesn't answer the question I asked. Name a Republican that is respected among Republicans that's critical of Trump. I mean, the party has dozens, if not hundreds, of well-known Republicans. Give me one that is critical of Trump and still respected by the Republican Party.
I'll have to think about it, man. I really don't have that list in front of me to tell you. I haven't thought about this ever before, so I can't really tell you.
Yeah.
I have, look at all these notes from all your previous callers. I'd like to cover some of this shit.
I got a little time. Give me what you got.
Well, first of all, I mean, you guys are talking about how you guys don't trust You don't trust Trump and Doge and all this shit. Yet you trust the Democrats. They name a bill, the border bill, and all of a sudden that's the cure for the border. Yet Trump actually closed the border, and you're still bringing up this bill that we don't even know if it was going to fix the border or not. I mean, you guys are talking, you guys trust so much in the Democrats.
I don't.
And it's the ultimate fucking cure for the border. But Trump has actually closed the border, and you guys are still bringing up this border bill that most of us believe wasn't going to do shit.
Okay.
And that goes the same for the infrastructure bill, which didn't provide any EV chargers or any internet to rural areas. Elon Musk has personally provided more internet for rural areas, and Elon Musk himself is the only reason most EVs could sell right now, because without his charging system, the EV thing would have been a disaster. Like, there would be no EVs without Musk, because even in my I have a Tesla and a regular Rivian, I would not be driving.
But hold on, before you get into the EV thing, let me tackle your statement on the border bill wasn't going to do shit. You do realize that for the most part, Biden caved to what is the guy from Oklahoma or whatever? That border bill was for the most part authored by a Republican. So if it wasn't going to do shit, Biden isn't the one that came up with what was going to be in that bill. He just was agreeing to it to save his political career. But that border bill was created by a Republican. Langford, yeah, I seen the comments, Langford. That was a Republican border bill.
Well, what was in it was not Republican at all. It just gave you more asylum lawyers, more people to, like, you got more border patrol, but you know the border patrol, the 1,500 they were going to hire, they were just going to be processing asylum and processing. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to say just like I did when I asked you about give me some Republicans that can criticize Trump without losing their mind, because Trump can change your mind on things. The same applies to that border bill. The Republicans were okay with that bill until Trump basically told one of them, "Don't sign the bill, or I'm going to end your career." So you're saying that the border bill wasn't going to do anything, but it was created by Republicans, and they were totally okay with signing it until Trump got involved.
I don't believe that at all. As soon as we found out about it in the public, we were all against it, even without Trump. Anyone who read that bill I read it, and I just didn't like it. There was nothing in it that was actually going to close the border. Plus, you saw how, like, a year later, Biden closed the border without a bill, and Trump closed the border without a bill, and the border was secure before without a bill. So that bill was bullshit. This is a trick that the Democrats do that we're very aware of. They name something the border bill, and passing it alone is the success. Like, I'm waiting for results. Every time you ask me how these fucking tariffs are doing, I tell you I don't know. I'm waiting for the results.
So you're also waiting for you're waiting for the results in regards to what Doge is doing too, then, right?
Yes, 100%. And I've said that with Doge too. I'm waiting for the results. But with this border bill, just passing the bill is, yes, we fixed the border because we passed the border bill. That's how Democrats fucking do this shit. Same with the infrastructure. They passed the infrastructure bill, or when it was called the inflation bill. They passed the inflation bill, inflation's fixed. Yet it took 2 more years to fix it, and it took the fucking, pretty much a little recession to fix it. But no, it was the inflation bill being passed in the first year that fixed inflation. Even though most people will tell you it caused inflation.
I actually think you're kind of saying the same thing I'm saying. You're just saying it in favor of the Republicans as opposed to the Democrats. You're saying the same thing, that you don't want to give credit to somebody just because they did something until you see proof that it's actually happened. But you're holding the Democrats accountable, but you're not. I mean, well, you're saying you're holding Elon accountable, but you do understand that a large portion of your party is celebrating Elon as the best thing since sliced bread, even though he's essentially provided no proof at all, right?
I mean, like, Elon has, through his businesses, has earned some trust with us. And same with Trump. Trump's, through his record and history, and the fact that he's working his ass off, I can't even believe that they're complaining about him playing golf when,
that's politics. That's politics.
He has rallies every day. How does he have time for rallies if he's playing golf every day? How does he have time to do anything if he's playing golf all the time, according to the left? But
well, that's politics. I mean, fact is, if we were doing the exact same thing under a Democratic administration, saying tariffs, whoever the Democratic president was playing golf at the same rate, they would be criticizing them. Some of this is just politics. I don't care how great the country. I don't care how great the country is being ran. If you're taking as many days playing golf as Trump is, the other side, whichever side it is going to be criticizing you. I mean, when Obama was in office, they were criticizing his golf game, and he played less than Trump did.
I thought it was basketball, but yeah, I guess he played.
They were criticizing his fucking choice. They were criticizing his fucking choice of suit colors. They were making him anything. He didn't wear a flag lapel. You know, he had a debate on stage. The flag wasn't in the background. They were picking anything they could find on Obama.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So,
and again, I understand these things, but you know, it just doesn't change the fact whether it bothers me or not. And I'm just waiting for the results. You know, the tariffs aren't even implemented yet. I doubt anyone has paid a single dime in tariffs yet. Yet the stock market's down $3 trillion. How's the stock market down $3 trillion if no one has paid a dime in tariffs?
Because they can see the writing on the wall. You don't wait till a car runs over you. You move out of the way if you can. I mean, fact is, we see the Trump tariff car coming down the highway. People who have stocks are getting off the highway. They're getting out the way. That's what's hurting the market is people see what's happening and they're making moves.
Yeah. That's actually a very good analogy because some idiot will crash the car thinking he's going to get into an accident instead of actually trying to avoid the accident. And, you know, and sometimes there was no accident coming. They just thought there was going to be an accident coming and they crashed the car because they overreacted.
Well, I mean, the problem
is... motorcycles. You can't, like, accident coming and fucking dump the bike. You actually have to try to save the bike and you could, most of the time, find a way out.
Well, you need to understand what has happened. I mean, the guy has imposed tariffs.
I understand people are going to be people, and the stock market is going to be the stock market and react to news more than actual results. But I think they've earned enough trust that I could wait for results.
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's going to be from person to person in terms of opinion. For me personally, I mean, Trump has been caught in enough lies on stuff that I'm not on the same camp that he's earned trust. I am one that would give him credit if he proves his work. But I'm still waiting for the Haitian migrants eating pets and dogs to be proven. I'm still waiting for the 2020 election. Trump says a lot of things that he does not prove it. So for me, I'm not going to say he's earned trust. He says a lot of things that are not true. I mean, he never even met Stormy Daniels if you ask him. So, I mean, he says a lot of things and it's like, so the idea that he's earned trust makes me wonder, shit, did he have to do anything at all to earn your trust? Sound like you kind of just gave it to him.
No, I'm talking about from his management of more the presidential shit, from his management of his first term, from how the economy was in his first term, how he's been like strong and like fought through all the shit that he's fought through, including getting an ear piercing, including all the court dates, including. I mean, this man's been through so much, and you guys always like underplay it. But I'm like, every time I think about it, I'm like, holy shit! Like any other man would be dead.
Well, any other. I mean, I hate to get graphic, but you say any other man would be dead. I hate to get graphic, but any other man would shut the fuck up. A lot of the reason that Trump is dealing with all these courts and stuff is because he won't stop running his mouth and doing shit. I mean, fact is, if it's almost like you're moving your neighborhood and you're walking down the street with a bullhorn criticizing the local police and shit like that. You don't think you're going to get a few extra parking tickets? I mean, he literally came to power threatening to snitch on all of Washington. I'm going to drain the swamp, calling everybody swamp creatures. Like right now, he's suggesting that the entire world is taking advantage of the United States. You're going to have problems. I mean, you come into office criticizing everybody. What do you expect to happen? It's going to go smoothly?
No, I mean, and that's the point. He keeps fighting on. It hasn't gone smoothly, and he keeps fighting on. He hasn't given up. He has, like your car example, you're talking about a driver gave up and crashed before the accident even happened, and he just keeps fighting on. Like, and that's why I give him a chance.
I don't even know.
For the underdog, in a way.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would call it fighting on some of this stuff. A lot of this stuff is self-inflicted wounds. I mean, some of the court cases, you're giving out judges home address and shit like that. I mean, that's a self-inflicted wound. So now they're in there filing. Now you got to show back up to court because you've been found in contempt. That ain't the court fucking with you. That's you fucking with the court and not getting away with it. So some of the stuff that you guys are claiming that people were messing with him is because of stuff he was actually doing.
I mean, yeah, but like I said, overall, I think the pros outweigh the cons. The things he's accomplished. Again, I'm not giving him a pass. I'm just giving him some time to prove that he's right. It only has been 3 days, and another thing. I want to sneak in here real quick. You keep bringing up Russia and North Korea not having tariffs. We don't trade with Russia or North Korea.
Right. We don't trade really with Madagascar either, but they're down there. So a lot of you got countries. What?
Cuba. We don't trade with Cuba either. Is Cuba on the list?
I don't even know. I mean, there's a lot of countries on that list that we don't trade with. And I mean,
yeah, exactly, including Russia and North Korea. I don't know. I know we don't have any. I know we have sanctions against Cuba. That's probably why they're not on the list. I know Madagascar we don't have sanctions with. I don't know where this list came from. There has to have been some trades or something coming from there to be on this list. We'll find out in time. I gotta give that one another couple of days.
Yeah, and see, my point is the fact that you got countries down there you're imposing tariffs on that we really don't trade with makes me wonder. Did you guys really do your homework at all before coming up with these numbers? What is
the left are trying to make something nefarious out of Russia and North Korea not being on the list when I'm like, Cuba's not on the list either because we don't trade with them. They're officially sanctioned, so they'll never be on the list. We're Madagascar. We don't have any sanctions against Madagascar.
But that's why I'm going to bring up that politics is politics. If the left did exactly what Trump is doing, and they left certain countries out, you guys will be saying the same thing. Some of this is politics. Trump is not immune to political games that he knows damn well he would play on others. He himself would do stuff like that. So it ain't wrong to do it to him. He would be doing the same thing you're talking about the Democrats is doing. Why don't they have Russia on the list? He would be doing that, would he not?
100%. I agree with you there, but I mean, I got to defend it, don't I?
You said what?
I got to explain it away so the other side could shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, my point is this. You can't get in the mud and then complain that you're getting dirty. I mean, a lot of, like I said, Trump, whether it's the birther movement, all this shit, they never gave me a chance. What is this phrase? They never gave me a chance from day one. As if he gave his predecessor or his successor a chance from day one. The minute Obama got elected, he was from Kenya. The minute Biden got elected, he had stole the election. He never gave those folks a chance from day one either. So a lot of things that people complain about this happening to Trump, a little researchers show you he was doing the same thing to people. He was doing the same thing to other people himself.
And I'll give you that. And I know when Trump's throwing mud, but the left doesn't seem to ever know when they're throwing mud. They think all their mud is fucking gold or something. Because they throw just as much mud, like you said, Russia, North Korea trading, and all kinds of other shit. So yeah, the left needs to also be aware that a lot of what they're doing is just throwing mud. Like the Charlottesville thing, we're good people on both sides. He clearly said, except the Nazis. Yet they keep saying
that ain't true. He didn't say that in the beginning. It took him 3 days to say that.
No, he said it right there in the same sentence. Play that video again. It's right afterwards. It says except the neo-Nazi. I don't know if he called them neo-Nazis, but except the fucking tiki people.
I don't think he said any. I don't think I heard any of that.
It's like he finishes good people on both sides, and then right after he's like except the fucking the Nazis. I don't know what he called them, but whatever. I forgot if he used neo-Nazis or used some other term to describe them, but he says it right afterwards. Yeah, everyone stops, cuts the clip off. Good people on both sides, and cuts the clip off right there.
Yeah, and I don't. Well, I don't know about because that's the problem. A lot of times Trump says something, and it's always you need to hear more of him talk as if he English is his mother tongue. I don't know why you always got to hear more of what he say to make sense out of it. I mean, he can't give a statement without folks on the right saying, "Well, there's more to it." Like he speaks English, but hold on. Let me, just for what you said, this is his, as you say, he said, good people on both sides. You're telling me he added more.
Thank you. I'm in Washington today to meet with my economic team about trade policy and major tax cuts and reform. We are renegotiating trade deals and making them good for the American.
Now, this is in regards to Charlottesville. This is the day after that. He's starting not talking about something that has nothing to do with it, but this is, I'm going to see if I can move it up to the point where he gets to that.
And bringing many thousands of jobs noon. But based on the events that took place over the weekend in Charlottesville, Virginia, I would like to provide the nation with an update on the ongoing federal response to the horrific attack and violence that was witnessed by everyone. I just met with FBI Director Christopher Wray and Attorney General Jeff Sessions. The Department of Justice has opened a civil rights investigation into the deadly car attack that killed one innocent American and wounded 20 others. To anyone who acted criminally in this weekend's racist violence, you will be held fully accountable. Justice will be delivered. As I said on Saturday, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence. It has no place.
Real quick, I just want to say, this is, so he said, as I said on Saturday, so this is not the first speech. So that's what I told you before, that he didn't say it originally and 3 days later he said it. So this is not his first time responding to this. So this is probably not the right video to play, because
I'm about to say this one seems to be condemning everything here.
Yeah, this is not the right video to play. I think
it's a rare thing with someone.
Yeah, I think because he did eventually say it, but it took time to get him to say it. Like I said, there was a huge outcry when he said the good people on both sides. He did not originally condemn them. It became an outcry.
We met each other with clubs, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir? You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status?
You're telling me he's going to condemn them in this?
I believe so. I don't even know if this is right either.
He sounds like he's defending them, man. I'm not going to hear that. I got to move it on, but I don't think you're going to hear what you're suggesting. But yeah, he's just condemning them.
I'll see if I can find it for next time.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the show. I don't think, like I said, if I can recall, during that era, they were really attacking Trump because he said good people on both sides, and he did not condemn them. And he later did it in that first video I said, which was a few days later when he had time to get out there and say what's right. So looking in the comments, Keisha says, MAGA makes me sick. Damn. You have about 15 more seconds. What does that say before you say it? All right, real quick in the comments. Infinity. Stock market Biden plus 21.5 trillion in 4 years. Under Trump, 2.0, which is the second term, you're saying it's 9.6 trillion in under 3 months. Trillions don't lie. It may take 2 to 3 years just to recover. Are we great yet? Depends on how much the recovery is. Depends on what the recovery is like. I mean, I guess if we have, the problem is, let's say, for instance, it does take 2 or 3 years before they start building, factories and stuff in America and all the jobs come back home. It could lead to Trump going down in history as doing something that's really big and brash and bold and successful for America. But he probably won't receive credit for it while he's alive, even if it goes down like that. And many do not think it'll happen that way. But let's say it does, because he came in office promising to do stuff fast, really fast. He didn't come into office promising to take years before people could start seeing economic benefits. This is completely different than what he promised. Now, overnight, 24 hours, which is what he promised. I get it, that's super fast. Maybe folks should know you can't do some shit overnight in 24 hours. But when you start talking about a year or two, no, you promised to do it faster than that. There's one thing to say you can do something in 24 hours, and it turns out you needed 5 or 6 months. But when you start chalking up years, you didn't deliver on that. You did at that point. You got to be chalked up as a failure on that particular promise. You can't promise you're going to fix some shit on day one, and after a year you're still giving excuses why it ain't done. You failed in whatever area that is. Plain and simple, you have failed in that area. So we'll see. But and of course, as I often state, if it does take him a year, 2 years, or whatever, my guess is MAGA will probably be along for the ride. And we'll be providing decent excuses for why it's taking so long. But I don't think he's going to lose support from MAGA because he doesn't deliver on that economic promise. The tariffs don't matter. If there's no plane in Congress at all to get rid of the income tax, we are just going to get double taxed. The tariffs matter. I don't think there's any scenario where those tariffs don't matter. I don't think there's any scenario on earth where you adding these huge tariffs to virtually every country in the free world, and that doesn't matter. The tariffs absolutely matter. They absolutely will matter. Because we're looking at the tariffs solely based on the financial aspect. And it's so much broader than that. The goal is these countries are taking advantage of America financially, so we need these tariffs to correct things. They're not focusing on all of the residual effects of it, the broken relationships, the ruined alliances, the new alliances that may be formed with our adversaries. China's going to pick up a lot of trading partners because of this. All of that's got to be taken in consideration. We may lose whole trading partners because of this. Because China might cease on the fact that, well, if they're going to charge you this much in a tariff that you think is unjust, come do business with us. We'll charge you 40% less than that. So that's a trading partner you may lose. Whole relationships are going to be hurt between this. We're literally saying to make more money, we're willing to trade friendships, ruin relations. As long as we're making more money at the end of the day, we'll sacrifice all of that stuff. This whole thing is based on making more money for America, and we're willing apparently to sacrifice anything that it comes with to make that money at the end. So I'll ask you folks in the comments, if you could make more money, are you willing to potentially sacrifice the relationship we have with Canada or Mexico or Australia or France or the entire EU? Do you believe that money we could make by getting the tariffs to where Trump wants them to be, do you believe that is worth sacrificing all of those potential alliances and friendships and possibly making some of our adversaries even stronger militarily? Because once they start receiving money from those new relationships, they're going to get stronger. I mean, that's why China is so strong militarily now. It came by way of their partnership with us. Once we started sending jobs and all of our shit over there, they got wealthier. And they used a lot of that money to build up their military might. So all of a sudden, if Europe, the EU starts working with them, or, Australia starts slowly doing business, we know Japan and Vietnam are now working with China to come up with those countries have been enemies for a long time. They're now looking like, well, shit, we kind of got to work together if the United States is going to stiff us all. So do you think it's worth sacrificing partnerships, friendships, alliances, all of that if we can make more money? Because that's what we're doing. We're doing it for money. Looking in the comments, though, Trump is ruining the country, says Joe W. Wow. Will no sell my soul to the devil. Well, in the comments, broke as fuck says you just contradicted yourself. Let me know how. I'll correct it. State where the contradiction is at. Because that's what we're doing. We're willing to trade friendships, alliances, and all of that to make more money. The only purpose Trump is citing for those tariffs is to make more money for America. We're getting taken advantage of financially. So he's imposing these tariffs, and the tariffs are indeed hurting our relationship with a host of countries. I'm asking you, if we could make more money, is it worth doing that? Going back to the bot, Shav, good evening, welcome to the program. Governor Trudeau can stand and pledge allegiance and like it. Well, Trudeau, calling a prime minister a governor, that's incredibly disrespectful. If you favor Trump doing that stuff, but then you complain when liberals say things about Trump that's wrong, to call a prime minister a governor, suggesting that you should be bowing down to me, that is incredibly disrespectful. Shav, good evening. Okay, apparently he's not there. Shav, are you there? Okay, maybe not. We'll move on. There are no checks coming. That's incredibly disrespectful for Trump. Look, if it was Lil Rocket Man or something like that, you're being disrespectful, but you're doing it to one of our adversaries. That's one thing. But Canada? MAGA knows damn well that if the leader of Canada was calling Trump Cheeto Man or Orange Face or something like that, they would really be talking about boycotting Canada and have a major problem with them. To have a U.S. president calling a prime minister governor, and by the way, saying that Canada does not work as a country, it only works as a state, which now you don't pissed off the entire population of Canada by suggesting that they're not even in effect. Just really, really insulting shit. That ain't got nothing to do with making America great again. That ain't got nothing to do with correcting trade imbalances. That's just being a dick. Period. Just disrespecting an entire nation of people that happens to be one of the strongest U.S. allies throughout our history. That's just being a dick. And if you defend that, it is what it is. Thank you, Tim, for being the voice of reason, says Darren. Thank you for your support. Yeah, childish, call it whatever you want. I see that in the comments. Childish maybe, but you just to a world leader, that's just being a dick. There's no benefit, no upside at all for America in doing that. None. No, and when you think about how many Canadians he's pissed off that are not going to take trips here. We had Arsha Fine on that's in Hawaii talking about the Canadian tourism is dropped. Americans are paying for that. You insult that nation, and they have an adversarial effect to the United States and start boycotting businesses and shit like that. His statement, Trump's statement, him being a dick, is costing Americans their livelihood. With that useless statement that did not gain anything for America, thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, are being lost by that. Canadian tourism is probably at an all-time low right now. If you defend that, I agree with you, Wilma. You said if you defend that, what does that make you? Listen, Trump is a bully. He likes to mean tweets and name calling and shit. MAGA likes it, but it just isn't beneficial to the country, is my opinion. This is why a businessman should not run the country. You can run the country as a businessman if you are all about business. No businessman is going to go around calling corporate allies and customers all kinds of names and insults. Not if you want to be successful. I do believe that a businessman running the country could be a good thing, but you don't do it the way Trump is doing it. I don't see him running the country as a businessman. I see him kind of being an asshole about it, really, to be honest with you. Bullshit. You want a preacher? Fuck that. William Hall, you're saying bullshit, you know, in regards to what I'm saying about Trump. What do you want, a preacher? Understand, but you put asshole on one side of the scale and preacher on the other side. There's a lot of room in the middle to be something else that is more decent of a human being. You don't have to be a preacher or an asshole. You have other options. So he's choosing to be a dick. Hold on, what? Oh, he's choosing to be a dick. So it comes with consequences. You don't have to be a preacher either. No, but calling world leaders governor and shit, like, you don't have to do that. Was Canada weak when they bled for your wars? Great point. Been on our side in every war. I believe just about all of them. Maybe something revolutionary or something. I mean, they've been in, Canada's been on our side in just about every war. Continuing on with the program, we'll go to Cowboy Troy. Not much of a partnership if our allies benefit a lot more than us. They benefit more than China because not only our business, we guarantee their sovereignty. I don't know about, well, understand when you suggest that our allies benefit because America guarantees their sovereignty. I understand America also guarantees that the folks who hate America hate them too. A lot of those countries have put themselves in harm's way by siding with America, such as the unnecessary Iraq war. A lot of folks sent their people over to Iraq and they got beheaded. You had Philippine soldiers getting beheaded. They didn't have no reason to be in Iraq. Iraq was no threat to the Philippines. And they sent soldiers over there backing up the U.S. and they got their heads chopped off. So when you're talking about how they benefit, they didn't benefit that time. You had, I think a Japanese soldier had his head chopped off. So you're only seeing one side of it. Yeah, the U.S. can help you out militarily, but your association with them also makes you more of a target. So there is both sides to that argument. So I don't know about that. I think you'd rather be a more neutral nation where ain't nobody trying to fuck with. Looking in the comments real quick, I'll try it again with bringing up a caller. I think my screen is frozen or something here. Let's try it out with Gordon 777. Don't know what's going on here. May have to reset the live. The USA is the only nation to use Article 5. Yeah, and that's true too. That is. Gordon, good evening.
Yes, I'm glad you got me on there. Look, I was the one who said 15 more seconds. This is the first time I noticed it today when he brought it up. I said, let me look at it real quick. He literally does say he denounced Nazis and whatever. Like, if you push play, give it about 15 more seconds, he's going to say it. I have never heard it before until today, and I just let it play.
Okay.
And he actually said it. He said, except for, like, white nationalists or something like that, Nazis, they should be condemned or blah, 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 whatever, something like that. I just wanted to say that because it's not like I'm a Trump supporter by no means. I ain't even going to lie to you. I think the things that he do is out of hand. But once again, if I'm going to be against them, I want to have the.
You want to be fair, and that's fun. I think, and I'll play it. I'll give it 15 seconds. If he says it, he said it. I think the issue is probably because he started talking about very fine people on both sides, and it's like one side was associated with Nazis. I mean, like, so who are when you say very fine people on both sides, except for Nazis, the other side was Nazis. I mean, look, let me put it this way. I've been to a couple BLM protests over the years. If I'm at a BLM protest and other members at the protest start talking about killing of cops and shit like that, I'm going home. I'm no longer around good people. I'm leaving that protest. If you're at a protest and the side you're on features Nazis and you don't leave, I don't see how you're good people. So I think that's what happened. Well, let me hear it, but I think that's why he's being criticized, is that he's saying good people on both sides when one side was a group affiliated with Nazis.
Are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly.
Now, I will say what you said is confirmed, but what I said also stands, is that if you're in a group and if neo-Nazis is in that group with you and you're not separated from that group, how are we supposed to tell the difference? You think there's a reason why they say BLM is a terrorist outfit. They're not separating them either. When they say BLM is burning down cities, every BLM member hasn't done that. They're not separating them either. So why would you expect to get separated?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I agree on that. I did, when the guy brought it up, I was like, that's not true. But then when I listened to it, it was. That was just the point on that. But I do agree with you. If you're with a group who's not doing correct, then yes.
Yeah. You got to play dad. I got to go. You got to play dad, man.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
But thanks for coming on and correcting it. Thank you. And he is right. He is right. The guy did say it. But as I just pointed out, you don't hear anybody on the right separating BLM. If Ferguson, Missouri burns down and you're BLM, it doesn't matter if you set a damn thing on fire or not. You guys are burning down cities. There's no good people. It doesn't work the other way, so why should it work this way? You don't hear MAGA separating the good BLM members. So I'm just going to give it to you the way it is. So all of a sudden does this group get the benefit of the doubt that he would not give to his adversaries? Trump refers to BLM as a terrorist outfit. Just want to look at it fairly. Trump isn't interested in saving anyone but Elon since Stormy stopped selling him. So, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Trump not going to save anybody. Well, give it time. Let's see what happens. The tariffs might turn out to be good. Who knows? Is Donnie your daddy? I wouldn't be on here live. Donnie would be taking care of me if that was the case. Starting a war with Russia and then asking if we could buy oil from them is at a premium, negotiating from a position of weakness. I don't know. Who started a war with Russia? Let me go back to the box. Can you bring up, let me see here. We'll continue on with the program there. Andy, is that some Dinger? Good evening, Andy, if it brings you up. There you go, Andy, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay. What brought you on? What am I getting wrong?
Earlier, I was driving, and I put my stuff when I finally got home. When you were saying that American business people that left due to where it was all because of greed, I can't agree with you on that.
Can you agree with something?
Well, my problem is, you let's say you own a business in America and you make shirts, apparel, shoes, stuff like that. And, in the 80s, everything was great. America was booming. And then the 90s came around and we started to decide we wanted to become part of the global community. And we had some trade.
Why did we decide to do that? Why did we decide to become part of the global community?
I don't know. I was born.
Greed! Because we can make money! Greed!
But here's the issue. So you own that apparel business, and now they say, okay, we want to trade with other countries to help us become more of this global community. And now you got to compete with a company in China making the same stuff you make. They can send it over here for less taxes than would it take you to ship your product from Kansas to Missouri.
Yeah.
And now you're like, okay, and now, well, they don't have the same set of rules.
No, but that's why I said it was greed there, Andy. Is that the reason?
You would be ran out of business, Tim.
No, hear me out. You said they don't have the same set of rules. The reason I said it's greed is because Americans in this country are the ones that wanted, as you said, to be on a global scale. We wanted access to that cheap labor. It wasn't that they were going to run us out of business. We wanted access to that stuff. It wasn't that, that the Chinese were making... Yeah. Go ahead.
I agree. You're going to buy... I mean, you tell me you go to the store and you see two things that are the same thing that you need, and one of them's just a little bit less quality, but about half the price. You ain't going to buy the half price thing?
All you need to do is have a law that they cannot send that cheap shit into the country. That's what most of the other countries have. It's our country. This is why I keep using the term greed. It is the corporate heads of our country that lobby to the right politicians to make it possible for that cheap shit you're talking about to be on the shelf. The Chinese can't just force their merchandise into America. They can't do that on their own.
I agree. It was like the corporations like your Walmart. It wasn't the manufacturers who was making the stuff.
It's wealthy Americans being greedy. That's what I'm telling you.
If you owned a factory making shoes, why would you lobby to make it to where a person over in China that can pay 10 cents on the dollar in wages that you pay and no taxes to bring it over here? Why would you lobby for that to be okay? You would.
Wait. First of all, hold on. How did the Chinese get to send the stuff over here that cheap to begin with?
With our trade agreements, we wanted fair and open trade with everybody.
Right.
We
wanted cheap Chinese products in this country, and nobody was benefiting from that at all. You really believe that? The reason fair trade with them is because Americans were getting greedy. There are certain folks in this country.
I agree, Americans, but you said the business owners were greedy.
That's who.
No, I'm sure the business owners didn't want to have to uproot and move across the border so they could pay less taxes and they wouldn't trip it across the state line.
Yeah, I vehemently
My mom worked for Heinz making dog food during the early 90s, and that's I believe John Kerry's wife owns Heinz.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, she does.
Time.
Yeah.
And she said that she ended up selling the dog food side of Heinz to I believe it was Big Hearts at the time, and now they're Smuckers currently. But she ended up selling it to Big Hearts at the time because apparently one thing you can't do overseas is make dog food and bring it in. And dog food has to be made here. And she wanted to move all her company of Heinz overseas or across the border to Mexico. But she couldn't move the dog food division, so she had to sell that division off because it was unmovable.
I think you and I just fundamentally.
That's a presidential candidate's wife.
Yeah, I think you.
How rich is she?
I get what you're saying, but I think you and I just fundamentally disagree on this. Like in the comments, True North says the business owners saw a cheap workforce. They didn't lower prices when they got cheaper labor, and
Yes. They did. I agree with you 100%. They see a cheap labor. But the problem is, Tim, if they wouldn't have moved, somebody else is going to have that company overseas. Somebody else in China is going to make that product, and it's going to come over here, and then they're going to run out of business. And that doesn't sound like a very smart business.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm still saying the reason we have this problem, corporate greed has its hands all over it. I mean, you can come up with other reasons that may be part of it as well, but corporate greed has its hands all over this.
Well, like big.
You don't think so? You don't think so?
Yes, like Walmart. Walmart doesn't make anything. Walmart sells stuff.
Literally the biggest retailer? Yeah, right. Literally the biggest retailer in America for the last generation. And you're admitting, yeah.
They're going to buy the cheapest stuff they can find. I agree. But when you said the business owners, like the manufacturer owners, the actual people that made the product here in America, they had no choice, Tim.
I'm not talking about them. I just simply said. Let me clear it up for you. Let me clear it up for you because what you heard is not what I said. I said wealthy Americans. Wealthy Americans in this country wanting to get wealthier is the reason we have this problem with all this overseas cheap Chinese shit. If you don't like the term distributor, but you like the corporate here, whatever the case may be, wealthy Americans are the reason we have this problem. That's the only point I'm trying to make. People trying to get more money by not paying what the U.S. labor laws would require they pay you or I. They would rather pay a Filipino or a Chinese person a lot less. They are the reason we have this problem.
Yep. And what should have happened is all the major business owners like the Heinz Corporation and Apple and all that should have banded together and forced the government to give them some kind of protection against these cheap labor practices and no taxes coming in when they gotta pay tax. You gotta pay shipping taxes to ship across the border from Kansas to Missouri, but you can come over from China tax free. That's the deck stacked against you. You're not gonna have a business in America at that point. I'm not talking about Walmart business. I'm talking about the people that manufacturing business, the people that put the actual people to work making the stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm just simply saying that until we start focusing more on strengthening America and less on money, this ain't gonna go away. Trump is not gonna fix this, because once Trump is gone, the next person is gonna get lobbied to by a bunch of rich Americans to open this shit back up. Same thing with the border. The reason we have an illegal immigration problem is the exact same reason. Is wealthy people in it. Well, not only wealthy people, because you got drug users and all them want the folks in here too, but it's still another issue with a bunch of wealthy people in this country willing to sacrifice the integrity of the country to make more money for themselves. Until
here's what I see happening. Either if one of two things are going to happen. Either the businesses are going to see these tariffs and say, "Oh, now it's going to be cheaper, more fair to make stuff in the United States," and some of them are going to pull back into the United States and start making stuff here. Honestly, since he's only got one term that he can run, I think that's why he's trying to push for a second term. You stretch it out a lot of them are just going to sit back and say, "Well, we're just going to wait 3 years and deal with the tariffs, and then when the next guy comes in, the tariffs will go away, and we'll go back to being able to make cheap stuff over here, cheap labor, and ship it across the ocean or across the border, and everything will be great." Or B, some of them are, a bunch of companies move back and say, "Hey, now that we can make stuff here, kind of competitive price as compared to the overseas because of the tariffs."
There's one thing you're missing in your analysis here, and that is the unpredictable nature of Trump. I mean, when you're insulting people, when you're making snap judgments in the middle of the night, I don't know if what Trump is trying to do for America ever will happen, because do you really want to move $1 billion factory back to the United States when this guy is doing so much via executive order, where he might just get mad at somebody who works for your company? Maybe you hired, all of a sudden you don't promote it, Hillary Clinton's daughter to your board. So he hates you and he passes policies. I mean, do you really want to make moves based on somebody that is that erratic? So I don't.
When he comes down to money, oh yeah, you have to. I mean, he can be hit. But the one thing Trump's always said from day one, on Oprah back in the 80s, was he wanted free trade. He wanted free trade and for businesses to have a chance in America to compete with overseas. I mean, that was back when he was a Democrat, and it hasn't changed since.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Do I agree with the way he's doing it? Yeah, I almost have to. I mean, you got to rip the Band-Aid off at some point, Jim. We bled 190,000 businesses in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Eventually it's going to become the point where America ain't going to make nothing. We're just going to be 100% consumer, and at that point, how do you make money?
Well, my issue is this, because you talked about how he's doing it. You're not gonna be successful at making deals when you're insulting everybody. I mean, there are people who operate on something known as principle. I don't care how much money you make. Some people are just not gonna let you talk to them like shit and mistreat them and embarrass them constantly on the world stage. And like we mentioned with Canada, for instance, calling a prime minister governor. I mean, you can't insult your way to glory.
He did. I watched that interview when he was actually with Trudeau, and he told Trudeau, hey, Canada's, you guys you're fleecing us for billions in trade. And Trudeau's like, well, yeah, our economy's in rough shape, and we can't afford to not do it. He goes, okay, well, I'm going to put a quarter tariffs on you. And Trudeau's like, no, you can't do that because that'll wreck our economy and put us into a depression or a recession. And he's like, okay, so I can't keep you from fleecing us. I I can't put tariffs on you to make it even from fleecing us because it's going to wreck your country. Well, then you might as well become the 51st state at that point because you can't survive without us.
That ain't got nothing to do with calling a man governor.
Well, and then he said, and you could become the governor. He said that.
He has sent out tweets and shit that refers to Trudeau as governor. I mean, you're literally demoting the guy.
Well, he kind of demoted himself after he
Do you not understand how bad you're making up all these excuses for why? I mean, you're insulting the hell out of this guy.
Yeah, I mean, leaders of other countries insult Trump pretty bad too. Right?
You're still making excuses. So in other words, hey, they're doing it to him, so it's okay. You're still making excuses for why it's okay for him to do it.
Yeah, stop fleecing America, and then it will be nicer.
So as long as you as long as you believe America, as long as you believe America is being fleeced, it's okay to just go around insulting world leaders.
It's not a smart move. It probably won't gain any points when they go to negotiating and trying to figure stuff out and become friends again. But Canada can't survive without the United States, Tim. No matter what Trump says, Canada and the United States will work something out. I don't know what it is. I'm not a politician. I'm not trying to be one. I'm not trying to be an economist. They'll work something out because Canada can't survive without us.
I don't necessarily know if that's true. The idea that Canada.
You realize how weak the Canadian dollar already is?
I know the GDP and wealth of Canada is greater than a lot of other countries that are surviving without America. The idea that they won't survive without the United States, I think, is pretty egotistical. I actually believe they could definitely survive without America.
They're barely surviving with fleecing us in trade. What's going to happen when we?
You make it sound like you making Canada sound like it's Ethiopia somewhere. Canadians are doing much better than you making them sound like they're doing.
What are you talking about? Their economy is on the brink of destruction. We don't have to take over. There's not going to be a war. All we got to do is wait for them to get into their depression, and the money that they'll need to take from us, we'll just buy them.
We've survived multiple recessions in America and a depression. And Canada is nowhere near a Great Depression. I don't know. You're making it sound like they're almost in ruins. They're not that bad.
Why would Trudeau tell Trump that it would wreck their economy if they put a 25% tariffs on everything coming out of Canada?
I mean, Trump is claiming
not heard it.
Yeah.
He said it would wreck our economy.
Yeah, listen. I mean, Trump.
Why would Trudeau say that?
Who knows? But their country is anywhere near close to ruin as you're alluding to it is. You hear folks. Hold on. You hear folks coming on the program right now that's saying tourism from Canada is down because they're pissed at the United States. If they're almost broke, why are they taking tourists? Why are they going?
You know why tourists is down from Canada? Because you take $1,000 and bring it to come to the United States. You cross the border, you get $600. Your $1,000 became $600.
What does that mean?
They can't afford.
That's not true. They're going to
vacation.
That's not true.
They're vacation in the United States. Yeah, it is. You take
no, it's not. No, it's not. They're going to Mexico in the Caribbean. They still are traveling. They just not coming here. You got this all wrong. Canadians can easily afford vacations. They're still traveling. They just not coming to the U.S.
Okay, we'll see. In about 6 months of these tariffs, and when Canada goes completely belly up, then we'll bail them out.
I tend to think that these tariffs are going to hurt America more than any other country we're talking about.
Why does every other country in the world tariff us if tariffs are so bad? If tariffs are so evil, why are we being tariffed by every other country that we do trade with, Tim?
It ain't that.
They want to wreck their economy?
Well,
no, it's because tariffs aren't bad for the people that have them.
It ain't that tariffs are always bad for everyone. It's the numbers that Trump is charging people. They're inflated based on no real information.
He is charging people. Did you see the thing he held up when he announced the tariff?
Yeah.
He is charging half of the tariffs that other countries are charging us, and you say, "Oh, it's an inflated, just crazy number."
Yeah.
It's half of what they're already charging us.
The point I'm trying to get across to you is the numbers on that chart are inaccurate.
Oh, so he's lying.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Where's your source on that? I gotta look it up.
All right, I gotta move it on, but I'll play the source the moment I get off. No, I'm about to play the source for you. I just gotta move it on.
Okay, I'll listen.
Listen, thank you for coming through, by the way. You're welcome anytime. All right, real quick, because he did ask for this. I'll play a couple minutes of it. This is Ben Shapiro. I mean, so he's not exactly a liberal. For you, I mean, I'm assuming some of you folks may occasionally watch Shapiro. Here is the information. We played this on the show last night, but I'll play it again. He's talking about, because this clip is well over an hour long. I'm only going to play a couple minutes of the part that pertains to what Minnie was just talking about. But he's talking about the numbers that are on Trump's chart when I start this up. I think it's about right there. Let me see here.
By the way, that we have a so according to this chart, for example, Madagascar is charging us 93% tariffs, and we ought to charge them 47% tariffs. And that's what it says. That's what the thing says. There is only one problem with this. That is not remotely true. And if we have a trade deficit with Madagascar, then so the hell what? It's Madagascar. The GDP per capita in Madagascar is like $530 a year. Our trade deficit with Madagascar is a few $1 million. Is the idea we have to chisel out of the people of Madagascar extra dollars for American products, or we are getting screwed by the great and powerful people of Madagascar? Is that the idea here? It makes zero sense. It literally has nothing to do with the actual tariff rate. How do we know this? We've got perfect proof. Yesterday, Israel, which already had almost no tariffs on the United States, 99% of all goods coming into Israel had no tariff on them from the United States. That was something that Israel did in the 2000s because they used to have high tariffs. And what ended up happening is that Israelis would come to the United States, load up their bags with a bunch of American-made goods, and then take them back with them to Israel to avoid the tariffs. So Israel just got rid of all the tariffs. Yesterday, Israel announced zero tariffs on any American goods. The Trump administration hit them with a 17% tariff anyway, claiming that they had a 33% tariff rate on American goods, which clearly is not true. Why? Because it turns out that we buy more stuff from the Israelis than the Israelis buy from us. Shocker. They're a smaller country. We're a giant market. Not a giant shock, as it turns out. So this is pretty crazy, because it turns out the trade deficit has nothing to do with the tariff rates. So we are punishing countries that have a low tariff rate with us. For example, like South Korea is listed on this chart as having a 50% tariff rate on us. The average tariff rate South Korea has on American goods, according to the World Trade Organization, is 0.79%. We have a free trade agreement with South Korea. It is listed on this chart as 50%. That's nonsense. It's not true. It just isn't true.
And he goes down a laundry list of how many of those things that are not true. So when you ask me for a source, I'll give you Ben Shapiro. He certainly is not a liberal. He ain't MSNBC or CNN. So I guess you probably think Ben Shapiro's wrong now, too. NG, U.S. and the EU did it to ourselves. The EU by empowering Russia, buying their gas, by making China not knowing they said they wanted to destroy us. Damn, why are we shocked our enemies are doing what they said now that we enriched them? Yeah, I agree with that. We did do it to ourselves. The way we set things up, we caused a lot of our own issues that Trump is claiming he's trying to solve. MAGA ain't shit, says Will G. Now that they say Trump is just playing and will reverse the tariffs and claim victory. I don't know what. No, you're not going to. Trump has let it out. Trump has let the cat out the bag. He's damaged a lot of international relationships. You can't rein it all back in at this point. Unless we get another president in the next 4 years and that guy comes in. Remember Obama, the whole apology tour? Maybe something like that. But the damage that America has done with its allies around the world, it's not going to be healed under Trump. It's just not. I mean, so we'll see what happens in the future. Hopefully these countries ride it out. But under Trump, a lot of our relationships are taking a major hit. I mentioned him calling Trudeau prime minister is saying the country of Canada cannot survive as a nation, for instance. I cannot tell you how many folks from Canada view that as an insult. I mean, so yeah, until the next guy comes in, our relationship with a lot of our allies is probably damaged for quite some time.
In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But, you know, the United States can't subsidize a country for $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they get.
Like that right there is very insulting. Essentially saying Canada is useless to us. We don't need nothing. You need us. You don't mean shit to us. You need us. I mean, that stuff is very insulting.
Do it because we want to be helpful, but it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country. And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. It doesn't.
And that's incredibly insulting to that nation. Folks who may have fought and died to preserve the sovereignty of that nation, to say they can't work as basically saying they're dependent, they can't function on their own, which is what my last caller was kind of alluding to as well.
And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. Just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a long time ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states. Maybe our greatest state. But
now that right there is a threat to their sovereignty. It'll be a state, one of our greatest states. I mean, you pretty much, just like with Greenland. I mean, you're just threatening to take over people's shit. I mean, this stuff is incredibly insulting. Has nothing to do with tariffs. I mean, he's literally threatening their sovereignty in this statement.
why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We have more than they do. We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather make the cars here. And there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry. We have to do this.
There is another speech I didn't play. You heard him talking about the artificial line that separates the two countries. There is another speech where he gave where he indicated that he's not even for sure that line is legitimate, suggesting that maybe Canada belongs to us already. I mean, I'm just simply saying what he is saying is incredibly insulting to the people of Canada. And there's just no need for it. There's just no need to be doing that. A tariff is not a change to the opposing country. Wait a minute. A tariff is not a charge to the opposing country. Countries do not have jurisdiction over other countries unless you're an empire. Damn. A tariff is basically a charge on a countless own citizen, on a country's own citizen. Yeah. And that's true. The people who are purchasing the product, the end purchaser is the ones that are going to be swallowing the tariffs. Unless, let's say the tariffs hit and, you got Target and they're like, well, shit, if these tariffs make all our products go up higher, we already are having a hard time competing with Walmart. How about we all agree to swallow some of the tariffs and only pass 70 and 80% to the customers? You can play games and finagle it, but yeah, the largest loser in regards to tariffs is going to be the end user, the person who wants that good or service at the end of it all. Trump ain't shit. All Trump is doing is wasting our time for publicity. I really think he has an NIL deal. Oh my God. Word on the street is everyone that just sits down with Trump has to pay $5 million. He knows how to raise money. The Trump card he's waving around for $5 million. I got to plug in my my set there for you, Will. I do appreciate you supporting. I forgot to plug in my box here. Tariff is a tax on the business that purchases the imported product. Yeah, but okay, you said tariff is a tax on the business that purchases the imported product. But that business then passes that on to the people who buy it from that business. So the end user, the guy at the very end that purchases it, like, okay, let's say you're making couches in China, and then you sell them to a furniture company here, like Wayfair. They got just what you need, or what? Wayfair purchases it, or Home Goods or somebody. Okay, so they're going to pass that tariff because they're going to be charged more to stock up their stores due to these tariffs. So at the end of the day, if you want to come buy a couch, you're going to pay your share of the extra money they had to pay to put that couch in their store. The purchaser at the end is the one that's paying that shit, which is going to be essentially you and me, which is why they're telling you a car may go up $5 or $6 grand and stuff. I mean, it's going to be the people that's buying it. What products is Trump producing in America? None that I know of. Let me go back to the box. Mr. Mobetta has been holding. I see that in Andy. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Miss Mobetta, thank you for holding on.
I gotta turn my camera on, Tim. You know, I gotta turn my camera on this Good Friday.
Bless your heart. All right, so we getting close to 100 days of Trump. Not quite there yet. You liking what you see?
Why? It's only been close to 100 days. Why does it feel like we already been here for 3 years?
It does. Well, you know something? It almost feels like Biden was never there. It just feels like Trump is starting up a third term or something. I mean, it's almost as if Biden literally never was in there.
Please, let's not go there with that third term. We already know, you know. See, with his bully mentality and to think that he's above the law, when he does crash, he's gonna crash so hard till you're gonna have people acting like he was Michael Jackson.
Damn.
You know how Michael Jackson fans used to pass out and
yes,
fall out and,
yes,
and all of that stuff. That's how Trump's fans are, because he really has. See, what he wants to be is some type of savior. So he goes around creating all of these problems and then backpedal so he can make it seem like he solved this problem. Same thing like he did with this TikTok thing. Yeah. Oh, the border. He told him not to run, so he pass the bill so he could have something to run on.
So you're saying he's kind of like the
Trump closed the border.
So you're saying he's kind of like the arsonist that wants credit for putting out the fire.
That's exactly what he is. That's how that's his whole persona.
Damn.
in a nutshell. You go around and like you were saying, he's around here creating all of these things. And when Obama did take office, he did have to go around the world apologizing to people. Like, listen, no, this is not. Listen, we need people just as much as they need us, regardless of what MAGA is around here saying. We get a lot of stuff from other countries.
I mean, to be honest with you, even if I didn't need you, I mean, to say something like that, let's say it's true. I don't think it's true, but let's say that is incredibly insulting to tell somebody, you need me, I don't need you for shit. I mean, that's awful to say that.
It's disrespectful, and that's his problem. It ain't got nothing to do with Democrats or leftists or liberals. It's his mouth.
Yeah.
His mouth and his balls are the same size, and that's what people fell in love with. They fell in love with his nerve. Yeah. Like, so once he started this thing going back and forth with Obama, they had such a disdain, hate for Obama till they just jumped on a train with Trump. You know what I'm saying? So like you said, it's not like people was voting for Biden. They was voting against Trump.
Yeah.
And that was the same thing that happened with Obama. So it was a trickle down thing.
Any chance though, we've been talking about this on and off on that, any chance though that some way, somehow these tariffs turn out good for America?
Listen, how much are we supposed to suffer before we find that out?
That's a great question. I don't see it possible with under a year for sure, and I'm assuming many years to get people to move manufacturing and stuff back, but the benefits of these tariffs that Trump is touting, that stuff can't happen for years.
Listen, I call today, and it was somebody from another country that answered the call. You understand what I'm saying? That MAGA hat you got sitting behind you. What does that tag say on there? Made in China.
This one I don't know. I have so many MAGA hats around here, but I do have one. I think I do have one that says "Made in America."
Yeah, like I would like to see that because I guess the only thing that says "Made in America" might be the big sign on the front, but the one underneath. That little white tag gonna say "Made in China."
I think what happened is there were people, because when Trump first came on the scene, he was talking about China and criticizing him so much. People started
China virus.
Yeah, and people started criticizing him for his hats being made in China. I believe on his website, once you started buying MAGA hats off his website, they started being made in America just to get around the criticism.
I still need a little receipts on that, Tim.
I get it.
I need some receipts because most of the stuff, most of our products, a lot of the stuff that we wear pretty much comes from China.
This one says made in Bangladesh. So
well, that's what I'm going to say. Not just there. There's other parts of the world that make most of the stuff that we deal with. So even if cars are made here in America, they still need parts from another country.
Right. Now my Keep America Great hat, which comes back from the 2020 campaign, it does, this is a Keep America Great hat, and it does have a label in there. I don't know if you can see it close enough, but no, you ain't gonna be. It does say made in China. This is made in China.
Made in China. Most of them do.
Yep.
Most of the ties that Trump wear, they might be American made now, but most of that stuff is imported.
But then you should be.
Go around. My thing is, okay, why go around creating enemies and starting these wars and trying to inflate all kinds of numbers and stuff when you can't provide the stuff over here that we get?
I disagree with you. I think that ultimately Trump could get his wish and would take a long, because we used to make shit in this country. He could get his wish. The problem is not only will it take years, but he hasn't explained how are you going to pay American salaries for that stuff. If all of a sudden iPhones and stuff is made, because I remember when I always say this, when I used to start buying laptops back in the day when I was using them on dial-up and all of that stuff, a good laptop would cost you about $2,000 back then. They didn't have $500 laptops, and I'm talking about in early '90s dollars.
They cheap that. You know why? Because they're constantly making them.
No, but because they're making them by people who get paid a lot less in China.
Who gets paid less? Exactly. So the phones that we are now, we're such a capitalist country, so they're gonna bring the price and still charge us more to make it.
Wow.
It's gonna still cost us more because we are about making money, period. It doesn't matter for anything else. We are here to make money, and that's period. We don't care about your livelihood.
Yeah, and there's just no way. If we are about making money and we're a capitalist country, and I agree with you 100% on that, there's just no way to be all about making money and all about made in America. Those two things do not work together.
They don't go hand in hand.
Yeah, you're going to have to sacrifice some money to make it in
look
America.
how many businesses Trump himself are running outside of the country. But he messed himself up so bad here, so don't nobody really want to fuck with him. So he got to go outside. He got to go outside of here to try to still build himself an empire. But it just so happened now somebody put him back those people put him back into the position where he think he's not even allowed in half of those countries that we named. I keep telling you.
Do you really believe that? Wait.
He's not even allowed to go to half of those countries.
I mean, I know the guy. I know the guy got felonies, but do you really believe there are countries around the world that would not let him in?
That will not let him in. If you are a felon, you are not allowed to go in certain countries. But and the next time I come up, I'm gonna have those ready.
I think they would let him in. I think they would let him in. I get what you're saying.
Absolutely not. That's why he got J.D. Vance. What is he? The babysitter. Because Elon is the president, Trump is the vice president, and J.D. Vance is the babysitter.
I'll be dying to know. I would be dying.
Watch that little kid putting boogers all over the fucking office.
My
God.
I would really be interested to know what countries will not grant Trump entry, though. I can't imagine that.
It's about 30. I'm telling you, it's about 30. At least allowed to go in as a felon.
Really? And you really believe they would enforce that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you think he ain't going nowhere. How many, where has he been other than playing golf?
Yeah, he hasn't been
He
in.
won't even honor the deceased coming into there today.
No, you're right. He hasn't been anywhere. I mean, hell,
He's disrespectful.
even
And to go back to, you see how he's talking about those people taking down statues and all of that stuff, or what you're trying to erase history? What is he doing now with that DEI and in Arlington trying to erase those graves and take away people out of books and different things like that? Is that not a double standard?
Yeah. Not only is it a double standard, but I've said many times on the program, taking down a statue does not erase history. A statue is not history. It's a tribute to history. Saddam Hussein, once we toppled Saddam Hussein threw out Iraq, we took all those statues down. That didn't erase the history of Saddam Hussein. I mean, people still know who the hell he is. His history still exists in Iraq. A statue is not history.
Right. No, it definitely ain't. But some history is not as good as others. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the thing that he's trying to protect wasn't good to people like me.
It's a tribute. Right. Those statues are.
The tribute that he's trying to pay is horrible.
Yeah.
And if you want to do history, if you want to continue on with history, don't stop at certain pieces. Let's go all the way back. Let's go all the way back. And I was on that live you was on the other day with that on that.
Oh no.
That was crazy. When they talk, and they the 3/5 Amendment and all kind of stuff they talk. Listen, why was that stuff created? And that's what I'm saying. You only go. I don't know how you go even go on AJ's show.
I like to talk to MAGA and Black MAGA.
He is the epitome of Sambo.
Yeah. I believe that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. But I like to talk to Black MAGA. But you're right. When a lot of them, they don't believe the party switch. He doesn't believe that the Civil War is about slavery. He was trying to tell me that the founding fathers were not pro-slavery. I'm like, really? But
oh my God, how you say they not pro-slavery but they own slaves? Make that make sense.
They had some kind of wild explanation for it.
Come on, man. It's just I just find it deplorable and disrespectful. And then once they see somebody, a black woman or a black person, speak against that stuff, then they want to call us racist.
Yeah, but I mean, they really believe that stuff. I mean, the 3/5 compromise was not about black people. There was just as many white slaves as blacks. I mean, they really believe that stuff.
They was looking for a gotcha moment. I was like,
yes.
They was totally looking for a gotcha moment. I said, these people are fools.
Yeah. Asking me, did you read this? Did you read that? I'm like, I don't need to. There's nothing I need to read to know that the founding fathers were pro-slavery. Like you think, there's something out there I can read to say me. You gotta be crazy.
Why do you think there's so many mulatto kids and stuff where it all started from? If you want to talk about history, it's a lot of information that y'all missed.
Well, I'd be curious because he was constantly chastising me, saying I don't read. I would be curious, like where do you read? Because you're saying you do read, and you're coming up with this crazy stuff. What are you reading to give you this?
Oh my God! I was like, I had to get off the show because I was like, he not gonna pull me up. I know he ain't gonna pull me up or whatever, but I really didn't even want to give him the energy because AJ, God. Blagger, that's why I be telling you, Blagger, they are a whole different breed. They are a whole different breed.
I like my Black MAGA, but some of them, I think the issue with blacks in particular, I'm not talking, it's obviously more white conservatives, but for some reason with black conservatives, they start speaking negatively of the black community. It's really odd, but most black conservatives are very critical of the black community.
Right. Well, you got a guy in your chat right now, just an average whoever. Listen, bro, I'm whoever you are, I know you are another Trump fan or whatever. It don't matter what you're saying in there. Right now, you're irrelevant. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody, because my tongue can be very deadly sometimes.
I know a few girls who might like that.
Razor blade tongue sometimes, so you better get that yourself.
All right. Well, listen, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's one reason why we need to ensure that history continues to be taught, because we know there are forces that want to rewrite it and write parts of it out and make it.
It's happening in our face, Tim. Yeah. It's happening in real time. This is not something, we have to go back and read. It's happening in real time. You know, so that's like him making DEI the new N-word. Like it's just so bad. And we see who the actual DEIs are. Yeah. Most of them are in his cabinet. Look at RFK Jr. He had to go back talking about he fired the wrong people. Like you talking about people's health here.
Yeah, I heard that the other day.
About health, people's health. You can't afford to make those kind of mistakes.
I heard that the other day that you know, he had fired a large chunk of folks at HHS, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you're right, he had to hire some of them back. People that had came up with cures and shit, like which actually shows that they're not doing any diligence on who they firing.
He's not even a medical professional. Look how many kids, about 8 kids lost their lives because of his lies.
Wow. Well,
look, don't take my word for it. Go and look it up. Because of the rhetoric that he was spewing about vaccination.
Yeah, I've heard it. I have heard that. But I mean, the thing about it is, we now know that we're on a.
From the measles just recently in the States.
That's what I was going to bring up, is that people are now catching the measles under his administration as well.
Yeah. And he had people believing because of the melanin in our skin that we don't need as many vaccines.
I can't believe when I heard that. Like, really. You know, back in the day, they used to say back in the day that blacks didn't need anesthesia because they can't feel pain and stuff like that. To have somebody say that in 2025 is insane.
It's insane. It's insane, and that means you're disregarding who we are. We're human, just like you. And again, that goes back to that 3/5 compromise. Again, we were listed as 3/5 of a human, right? Am I correct?
You're correct.
That's how they used to see us. They did. They used to. Well, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not, because
for the purposes. It was for the purpose. It was for tax purposes. Well, I gotta move it on, but you're right. They were doing it for financial reasons, so that they could still receive representation for the slaves without having to treat the slaves as human beings.
Right, and they were treating us like we weren't human. They were performing surgeries on us without anesthesia.
Yeah.
They were stripping us. They wouldn't allow us to read. They wouldn't allow us to eat the regular food, give us scraps, and they wonder why we're angry. Did it happen to me directly? No, but I respect and I honor my ancestors. I do.
Well,
I still smell their blood. So you'll never get me to sway away from that.
Well said, Miss Mobetta. Thanks for coming through.
Indeed.
Always a pleasure. All right, moving on with the program, brother. MAGA was pissed when Biden looked at his watch at a ceremony. Trump skips the ceremony altogether. I do remember that too. Biden looking at his watch. You know, we're talking about the service personnel coming back home in a box. And Will G is pointing out that, you know, Biden looking at his watch like he got somewhere better to be than what the families of these folks. And he points out, well, shit, Trump didn't even show up. Bama landscaper, I wanted to point this out because this is something you hear commonly. Anytime, you know, the atrocities that America committed throughout history, particularly on people of color. When people of color bring that up, you're just playing victim. I think Bama Landscaper says you just want to be a victim. Here's what I don't understand. Every time Trump is on television, he's claiming to be a victim of something. The courts, the liberals, now it's the Canadians. I've never heard somebody say that Trump has victim mentality. And he is always, literally always claiming to be a victim of somebody. So I kind of wonder, even with the victim mentality standard or statement, if there's not double standards as Landon is putting in there. Always claiming to be a victim. Jordan, I bet he had Gordon, 777. Appreciate that hat and mustache. Real quick before I move on with the program, making enemies. Does she not realize China has publicly said they want to destroy us? Elon, president of the United States, who was president for discombobulated Biden. Wait a minute. You said China has publicly stated they want to destroy us. A lot of countries have said that. I think Iran has said it. North Korea has said it. We've made a lot of threats to destroy countries as well. I mean, that's just adversarial politics, I guess. Canada has never said it, though. So I don't know why Trump is threatening the sovereignty of Canada. Greenland has never threatened America. Trump is threatening the sovereignty of Greenland as well. Now, I'm sure somebody in Gaza has spoken ill of the United States, but once again, Trump is talking about taking over Gaza. You know, the crazy thing is, didn't he run on making America first and getting out of overseas conflicts? He sure seems to be doing just the opposite. Panama, the cartel is now a terrorist outfit, so we have the legal right to go into there. Greenland is going to be ours. Gaza is going to be ours. And now he's talking about Canada is going to be the 51st state. Did he run on taking over countries? That sure sounds a hell of a lot like some kind of modern day form of colonization, if you ask me. Especially the 51st state. That's like the definition of colonization. The president of Elon, who was president before, I don't quite get the end part of your statement, Edgy, about Elon Musk, though. Moran says, Tim, Miss Mo Betta is going to pick Gen X's. Oh my God, not the sandwich. I ain't heard Gen X in a while. Miss Mo Betta is going to pick Gen X and his sandwich for her vice president because she loves MAGA and Blaga. I never went with the Blaga comment until I started hearing people I still call them Black MAGA, but people calling them Blaga now. Real quick in the comments, wow, how did we get Alaska? We bought it. Yeah, we got Louisiana by purchasing it. Purchasing is one thing. Trump has made it clear that if Greenland doesn't allow itself to be purchased, he's not taking the military off the table. I mean, they asked him, are you willing to take the military off the table? He didn't respond by saying, well, we're just trying to make a purchase. We're not going beyond that. No, he made it clear that if the purchase don't work, he might be willing to use the military. And J.D. Vance talked about it as well. So, no, you're trying to bring up Alaska. He's talking worse than that with Greenland. So he's talking worse than that with Greenland. Also wish we would leave NATO. Yeah, I don't understand why so many Americans got this big fucking ego. I'm gonna go to the next caller, but I do want to say this. This is what happens, in my opinion, and you can disagree with me. I'm fine with that. In fact, I enjoy the dissension oftentimes, but this is where I think the lack of education plays a major role in regards to us having this big fucking ego. I know when I moved to Australia and I lived there for a few years, I was surprised at how much they knew about America and American history compared to what we know about the history of that country. Most Americans can barely name a single world leader outside of the United States. Even our neighboring countries, our neighboring allies of Canada and Mexico, a large portion of America could not even name who is the leader of those countries. Other countries around the world know more about what's going on the planet than America does. America has this mindset that we are all that matters. As many of my viewers are suggesting right now, we can do it alone. We don't need no damn body. The size of the kahunas on the average American, when you actually know reality, is almost embarrassing. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. It's almost like going out and buying a 50 cal and thinking that what Rambo did in the movies, you can actually do that if you buy a 50 cal. I don't need nobody else. I can do this. I can run this whole city. That's what it almost sounds like. Is you don't went out and bought a big firearm And you think that that one gun gives you the ability to run the whole damn town. America seems to have that mindset. We don't need nobody. It's insane. It's insane at the lack of knowledge. But as one comedian once said, you're going to learn today. I just think that that is really bad for the progression in this country, the detriment in this country, all of that. To just think that we can do it alone. We don't need nobody else on earth. The difference is there's proof, lawsuits, pew-pews to take Trump out. Miss Mobetta, on the other hand, knows no slaves and is just trying to play victim. Well, you said that, and I can't remember what she was talking about exactly. I'm kind of late to this comment. You said there's proof in lawsuits in pew-pews to take out Trump. Here's the problem with the assassination attempts on Trump. Once again, Trump running his mouth saying crazy shit that's insulting, in my opinion, is the automatic assumption that anybody trying to take Trump out has to be the liberals. There are, right now particularly, now this was before he became president, but even still, Trump has said and done things that has pissed off Republicans, Muslims, LGBTQ members, folks that are not from the country. I mean, Trump is one of them kind of people that if something happened to him, you could spend days trying to guess who might have done it. The man has a lot of enemies, way beyond the scope of liberals. And now that he's become president, now he's making Republican farmers fucking with their livelihood. He's firing federal employees that are MAGA. I mean, the man has a lot of enemies. So the idea that when somebody tried to take his life in Pennsylvania, where it had to be the liberals, no, it didn't have to be the liberals. It did not have to be a liberal at all. There are plenty of angry right-wingers that are angry at Trump as well. Veterans now, they're firing people with the Veterans Administration, so you might have vets with PTSD. Obviously, the Hispanic community probably got thousands of enemies of Trump in there now. It ain't got to have nothing to do with a Democrat or a liberal anymore. I mean, he is targeted a lot of communities. Could be a damn Haitian for all you know. Being accused of eating a dog or a cat. It could be anybody. The guy's made a lot of enemies. And he's still doing it. MAGA just thinks NATO is a country club. We don't need to pay into it. MAGA ain't shit. I will say this in regards to what you were talking about, Will, in regards to suggesting that, MAGA thinks that NATO is a country club. I mentioned earlier how insulting it was to suggest we don't need Canada in calling Trudeau governor. Now you got this Signal chain, email, or whatever it is, them sending messages back and forth via Signal on that app, and it's talking about we're tired of bailing out the EU, bailing out Europe. Once again, just being completely insulting in Europe too now. It's just amazing. Like, one man just insulting one group, not party, but really one man just insulting all these people. So now even Europe, you're treating Europe that way. We're sick of bailing them out. I said, the kahunas of believing we don't need anybody, just incentivizing people to say fuck America, fuck the United States. I mean, just the incentive has got to be great. Sounds like insanity, says Wilma. Yeah, I call him dingbat. Lay, you're saying stop saying we. Let's make it clear. When America does something, or better yet, let's say when Trump does something, the world don't say Trump did it. They say the Americans did it. Just like when Trump got us out of the Iran deal, America broke that deal. Wasn't Trump. In this country, we can see the difference between people. Internationally, it's America. America voted him in. Not, the right-wingers or MAGA. No, around the world, it's the Americans are doing this stuff. Those are American tariffs. That's America talking about taking Gaza, Greenland, and Canada. They don't see it as just Trump. So understand if what Trump does either benefits or hurts you too, which is why America is now suggesting in some countries, that we used to be friendly with, to reconsider going to that country because some of the people in that country might try to kick your ass because we've pissed off so many people. Barron says America wouldn't exist without the French. The British would have squashed the American Revolution if we hadn't had the French to back us up. Fair play. We returned the favor on D-Day. America needs our friends. You know, let me just say this, and I'll go to the next caller. During the Obama administration, when Obama was being very critical of the Israelis, you know, putting settlements throughout Gaza and taking their land, Obama was kind of critical of them. The Republican Party, I believe several Republican congressmen, and some of you folks in the comments I'm sure remember this, to show that they did not have solidarity with the actions of Obama being critical of Israel, on their own went to Israel to let Israel know we don't back Obama criticizing you, and some of us still realize Israel is a good, whatever, we favor Israel. The point I'm trying to make is this. You might need that in America, where some of the lower level politicians may need to travel abroad to let countries know we don't all agree with what's going on here. Because that's exactly what the Republican Party did when Obama was starting to speak favorably of leaving Gaza alone. The Republican Party, many of those congressmen went over to Israel and spoke, and they didn't get any permission from the Obama administration to do it. And I believe that's required. I think you can't speak on behalf of the United States without the approval of the administration. I believe there was some kind of, lightweight scandal behind it. But they did it. They did it anyway. To show Netanyahu, look, we got your back. We only going to let Obama go so far. I'm saying that might need to be, that may be something to consider now. If you, for folks on the left, if you think that Trump is ostracizing countries in a manner that's going too far, maybe some liberals need to do the same thing. Anyway, looking at the comments, America's complain about spending money on countries, but they okay giving money to Israel. Yeah, America has selective outrage on some of that shit. You got an issue with USAID, but then you're right, you find money to get a shit that you care about. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's how we are. In the comments real quick, that lets you know MAGA is dumb as hell and doesn't know the Bible enough to know America might be mystery Babylon in the end of times. I don't know that story. But you say MAGA's dumb as hell and they don't know the Bible enough to know that America might be the mystery Babylon in the end of times. And I want to know that story now because I don't know that story. But somebody is criticizing you right after that. Ed G is asking, Will G, are you high? We are the biggest contributor to NATO, and we're not even on the continent. We are the only reason on why Russia fears NATO. Well, let me say this, and we are the biggest contributor to NATO. I do believe that is true. But you said we're the biggest contributor, that's true. But it's not like NATO would cease to function without the United States is the point I'm trying to make. I don't know. I just the way we look at it is if we don't need anybody, they all need us. America had no problem invoking Article 5 after September 11th. I just think that let's say even if it was true, where America didn't need countries, I still think it's arrogant as fuck to go around saying that and telling it to your allies. I don't need you, you need me. That's insulting. It's just insulting to do it. Going back to the box, continuing on with Andy. Good evening, Andy. Appreciate you holding there.
Hello.
Hey, so day 3 of the tariffs. Now we started out doing kind of a free-for-all here, political forum where we were open, but it got into this whole notion that America can do every damn thing by themselves and we don't need anybody for shit. What say you?
I say we get 61% of the oil we import from Canada. What I say is, hold on. I also say that, sorry about that, I have company. I say that 61% of our oil comes from Canada that we get outside the U.S. I also say that the energy we get and we get from them, we get rare earth minerals from them. We need all those things. I'm sorry, that's just necessary. We talk like we are the biggest, contributor to all these countries. Realistically, we're not.
Yeah.
We put targets on their backs where we put bases there. They pay for those bases. They host those bases. They put money into that. Not only that, do you realize crime goes up around the base?
For what reason?
Oh, you want to guess?
The hatred of America, wanting to graffiti and destroy the base? Sexual assault. Oh, you mean our troops are?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Go look at some of the crime reports. You'll see what I'm talking about. Our American exceptionalism is a lie. It's been taught to us by, people that rewrote our history books to look a certain way.
But wait a minute, just so folks know what we're talking about, because I've never heard this before. You're saying when America puts a base in a country, the amount of sexual assaults around that base being perpetrated by our service personnel, the sexual assaults go up around military bases in foreign countries.
Yeah, and other crime, fights, and things like that. But yeah.
Wow.
So we bring crime. We cause the pricing of houses to go up because the people around the bases move in, and that drives the economy up. People can't afford to, there are lots of deterrents to having a base. They're not all just, oh, that's great. And by the way, I don't remember the other countries dragging us around everywhere they went and started to fight. Do you?
No. You're talking about Article 5. No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't remember any other countries calling Article 5. Do you?
No.
How many times has Australia gone to battle with us?
Every war we've been involved in, they've been in it.
That's right. And how much tariff did they charge us?
You said what?
How much tariff did they charge us?
That I don't know.
Zero.
It's zero?
They don't charge us any. Yeah, we just slapped the tariff on them. Don't think they're not pissed. And they're a lightning rod now because nobody was fucking with Australia. Nobody. But now they got a U.S. base on there. They're the eyes on on China. You think China likes that?
Not at all. Why do you think that Trump got this so wrong then? Because I had Ben Shapiro on here a moment ago also saying that Israel got tariffs and they don't charge any tariffs on America either. Why is Trump assuming people are charging tariffs when they're actually not?
Because Trump is the ultimate victim. He thinks that everybody's out to get him, whether they are or not. I do think that that's a sign that comes with dementia, but that's just me.
You really think, wait, you trying to say that Trump has dementia? Or at least beginning stages of it?
Well, did you not read A Duty to Warn? I'm just saying. The man's father had Alzheimer's. His mother wasn't mentally well. When did they get sick and pass away? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I haven't heard that one. I have not heard that. I'm hearing the man wants a third term.
Look into his parents. His father wasn't well.
I'm hearing the guy wants a third term.
He does. But let's see if he can live through this one first. He eats them KFC
Reciprocal
and
tariff on all
damn
South Korean
McDonald's.
goods.
You don't really think there's
Talking about obesity in America. He needs to hush.
Yeah, well.
RFK Jr. needs to start at home. He can do that. He can start right there at the damn Capitol.
RFK is it? Oh, you mean because RFK himself, he's in decent shape.
Yeah, but if he wants to stop obesity, he can start at the Capitol.
Yeah. Oh, I get your point. So And
look, earlier I keep hearing y'all talk about those 13. Why do we never talk about those 67? Why? Because Democrats don't fucking weaponize the damn military the way Republicans do.
Yeah. I don't even want to say Republicans. I think the era of Trump is totally different. Some of the things that may have been off limits, so to speak, under the Bush administration or Reagan or something, Under Trump, nothing is off limits. Even criticizing people who are dead, like John McCain. I mean, there's just nothing off limits.
And they don't care. They don't, like, it is so frustrating to me. I looked it up. They complained that Biden called them a fascist once. Do you realize Trump's Thanksgiving message read to the tune of, Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, even the lunatic lefty liberals. Do you realize how much he demonizes liberals?
It ain't just his Thanksgiving
situation.
Yeah, his Christmas message was just like, I read them off on the play. I actually read those messages off on our Christmas live and our Thanksgiving lives when he did that. Yeah, both of those messages. The Merry Christmas message was pretty hateful too.
Oh, and then he talks about how liberalism is the problem of America. I mean, he is trying to cause us mentally ill. Let's be honest. Like, I am more concerned about his very wealthy cabinet, who is just gonna stuff money in their own pockets. Look at Elon. How many new contracts has Elon gotten while getting rid of what he's fired already? 20,000 veterans?
Bro, shit, he's losing so many. He's losing so much stock in Tesla. He may need those contracts.
Oh, and let's talk about the courts. Has Donald Trump not said that he wanted to use the courts against the liberals? Did he not even say that he wanted to give Liz Cheney a tribunal? That the courts should go after Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton? Like, you talking about the weaponization of the courts, dear comments. You stepped all in it, because Donald Trump does that on the reg.
You know, Trump...
Hell, the weaponization of government against... The weaponization of government trial literally was weaponizing the government.
Yeah, but Trump suggests that it is the liberals that were weaponizing the government against him.
Mm-hmm. Sure we were.
I mean, that's what he
Because
said.
I guess accountability is too much to ask for from a rich man who's never been held accountable for anything in his life.
And really quick in the comments, just an average mama, I think she leans right. She says, leave the vents out of your mouth if you hate us so much. I like to, I don't
hate you. I served the auxiliary. What are you talking about? I'm just telling the truth about the damn bases. And I'm sorry, ma'am, if you don't like it.
I had never
My
heard that
entire
before.
family has served this country since its fucking inception. I don't hate the military. I'd have to hate my own family. Get the hell out of my face with that.
I had never heard it before, so it is information for me. I did not know crime goes up when you're near U.S. bases, so that is when I first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, there was a veteran earlier that agreed with me.
Yeah, I saw that in the comments, but she's continuing to suggest that you are not telling the truth. You're spreading propaganda. So, but
Well, read the comment above it.
yeah, she's telling the truth. She loves veterans. I know her. Yeah, I my comment section is always hot, so it is what it is. I have not.
Well, see, I don't care what she thinks. I don't.
Fair enough.
Because her opinion means nothing to me because they just ushered in fascism to America. Look at all... Jesus, please stop.
All right, Andy, I'll put you out of your misery. Thank you.
Look, Texas says it's even the basis here in America.
Oh, yeah, I can believe that.
I'm sorry, the entire comment section agrees with that. Thank you. But I do want you to look at how many times Donald Trump accuses the left of something, like the election, J6. None of that was us.
Yeah. He said it was Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Yeah, he said it was Black Lives Matter and Antifa that did J6.
Yep. So with that note, have a good evening. Peace, y'all. Love y'all. Have a good night.
Nothing but love for you. Thank you, Andy. All right, moving on with the program. Always good to talk to Andy. Angie, if you understood that, you would understand why we need to keep Russia at bay since World War II. But I guess you didn't pay attention in history class. You know, only since Trump has Russia become somebody that we are now suddenly, I don't want to say befriending, but at least viewing them more favorable. That, you know, remember George W. Bush looked into the eyes of Vladimir Putin and saw his soul? This is why I keep saying Trump has unusual powers, that he can literally... He actually has the power to look at you and give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and MAGA's going to treat you based on that. I don't care how long you've been serving this country, what you've done for this country, anything. That is my opinion on it. Now, you can disagree with it, but that is certainly my opinion on it, is that Trump can look at you. I don't care if you're a regular citizen working at a factory, or if you're a governor like Ron DeSantis, or former governor like Nikki Haley. If Trump looks at you and gives you the thumb up or the thumbs down, that's the way MAGA's going to treat you. Nothing you've done matters at that point. None of your history, nothing you've done for the country militarily, nothing you've done for the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, none of your accomplishments mean anything. If he gives you a thumbs up, you're good. If he gives you a thumbs down, you are bad. I'm talking about everybody from General Mattis, General Petraeus, all of them folks. Thumbs down, nothing mattered. Same thing with John McCain. Thumbs down, nothing mattered anymore. You are now a thumbs down person according to Trump. Essentially, you are dead to me. It's amazing. Because right now, that's the only reason we're dealing with Elon Musk right now. He wasn't approved by the Senate. He wasn't approved by the Congress. He wasn't voted in by the people. I don't even know if he's been passed through the FBI. But he has that thumbs up. That's all you need. That's all you need. And you're good to go. That thumbs up is probably better than anything else you can get on earth among MAGA. If you get that thumbs up, you're in. That's all you need. And I'm talking about even if you are on video beating the shit out of a Capitol Police officer, that thumbs up is enough to make all forgiven. It's amazing at how powerful that is. So I got to give a shout out to Trump because nobody else can accomplish that kind of shit. Texas says he has top secret clearance. Yeah, that's the thumbs up part. Jared Kushner had top secret clearance. He had access to the White House, but the FBI did not want to let Jared Kushner in. Trump gave him the thumbs up. So that ain't saying nothing. He got the thumbs up is why he's sitting there. Again, I say the last time we were in isolation, things went boom on a Sunday morning. And we were all wondering why MAGA is really not the brightest crayon in the box. Okay, we were all in isolation on a Sunday morning, and things went boom. I'm not quite familiar with your reference in there, Will. I'm curious, though. Curious as hell. I'm not quite familiar with what you're talking about. In the comment, Ed G says, she said, our military bases in other countries is bad for the economy and crime there. But if you say that about the criminal migrants here, you are a racist. Depends on who says it. Depends on who says it. And talking about the military base, listen, in regards to the military bases in other countries being bad for the economy, I don't, she said it, like I said, I'm ignorant on this. I don't know. I know when I lived in Australia, I was using the military bases to pick up chicks because when the soldiers come in, all of the bars and shit they go to, the Australian women would go to the bars to hopefully meet service personnel. I lived in Australia, so I would be sure to time that perfectly, and I could use that as game, but I don't have to leave in 3 days, so, it ain't gonna be a wham, bam, thank you. Might be a bunch of them. So I was able to use that as game, but I didn't see the economy being harmed, but that wasn't a base, by the way. That would be when the Navy ship would dock, when one of the boats would dock or something like that. So I didn't see the economy being harmed and things like that. I should have asked her more on that. But in regards to you saying, but if you say that you say that about the criminal migrants here, you are racist. Are migrants here? Are migrants in America bad for the economy? I don't think they are. I would like to hear you make a case on that. I don't think immigrants in this country are bad for the economy. They actually are wanted here. The migrants are not coming to it. The migrants are wanted by the businesses to work the jobs. They want it here. So I don't know if they're bad for the economy or not. You'd have to explain a lot more of that. Make me king. You are correct. Pearl Harbor was on the Sunday, things went boom, but he said we were in isolation. Oh, you know, when he said isolation, I actually resorted to COVID. But you are correct. We were staying on our own and letting World War II happen. And America was like, we're not getting involved. It makes sense now. Thank you for that. Whoever just corrected that. You're right. Make me king. We were not going to partake in what was going on in Europe, which is what allowed Germany, it helped Germany continue their quest until we got hit on December 7th, 1941. You're right about that. Okay, I didn't think isolation made me go right to the pandemic, but now that you said it that way, it made sense. I was in Brisbane. It was two to the table. That's where I lived at, Billy Watt, in Brisbane. That is where I lived at. In Australia, by the way. Pearl Harbor, yeah. Will G, I see you put it in there. Yeah, I thought when you said isolation, I thought, you know, I'm thinking about in more recent times when Americans are in isolation. It was mainly during the pandemic, but once he said it in the comments, it made sense. South Korea court oust impeached president. Yeah, that happened. He imposed martial law in that country. I think Steve Bannon just said this week that what did he say? If the Democrats win the midterms, or if the he suggested that Trump may go to jail. Something about if the Democrats either win the midterms or win the next presidency, Trump may go to jail. Steve Bannon said that, the same guy talking about a third term for Trump. Do you think you could see that happen? That if Trump loses I do believe that if Trump loses the midterms, they're going to try to impeach him. I do believe that. I would love to see the bar you was picking up at. Who said that? I would tell you the Red Cliff Hotel in Red Cliff, Kangaroo Point, downtown Brisbane, the Kangaroo Hotel. Wow, I was all over Australia. I mean, I was all the way up from Caloundra on down to Coolangatta. So if you know the country, you know, I was all over the place. So throughout New South Wales and certainly all over Queensland, the Sunshine Coast, Surfers Paradise. I was all over Australia. So anyway, looking in the comments, good times, really good times to think about. Let me go back to the box, continuing on with the one and only Den Cow. Good evening, Den Cow. That's the problem. Illegals don't have to accept minimum wage, especially from farm work. Those should turn into higher wage jobs, raise the farm wages, and Americans will flock to those jobs. Yeah, but how much are the fruit gonna cost? How much, you know, if you start paying American wages to pick fruit, how much does the fruit cost? Are we prepared to pay that? Den Cal, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Hey, so, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just simply saying, we're kind of having a free-for-all, but obviously the tariffs are still on everybody's damn mind. And I'm starting to have some MAGA suggesting that maybe they're a good idea.
Yeah, because they don't know shit.
Damn.
There's only so many ways you can answer a stupid ass statement like that. Maybe it's good.
Nothing good at all, huh?
Nothing good at all about tariffs. Now, I've talked to you about tariffs before, and I've always said that there are certain situations where targeted tariffs are effective. Say like in an industry like the automobile industry. We need tariffs against China and against the Koreans because if we allow them to just open trade in our country, we won't sell another vehicle because they sell theirs for cheaper, and now the quality is equal to ours. So, yes, we do have to do that when we're talking about maintaining our automobile industry. But you can't do that for every single industry in the world. Like, it doesn't work like that.
You sound like Ben Shapiro, and I don't think you guys normally have much in common, but he's saying the same thing.
Like, nada. But like I said yesterday, Ben Shapiro just doing it because they fucking with Israel. But, I mean, I'm glad he's speaking up. But it's all about him talking about how they doing Israel bad. I don't think if they would have did anything to Israel, he wouldn't have had shit to say.
Yeah, but he did point out in that video, he pointed out what they're doing. North Korea is wrong. What other country?
Because mean, that's going to be a part of his argument now. But normally, if Israel ain't involved in it, he on Trump's side.
He would have ignored it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, either way you get him to that point, if he's at that point, I'm glad he's speaking out and speaking facts.
Yeah, he just did another video today that's about an hour and a half long, banging Trump for those terrorists. I mean, I haven't even watched it all, but he's done another one saying this bullshit.
Right. I mean, and anybody can look at what he's saying. They can verify it by whatever source they want to. Those numbers he put up on that board is bullshit. None of that shit makes any fucking sense. And you got these people parroting the same lines to my, everybody's taking advantage of poor old America. We gotta fight back. America has never been abused in any trade deal in the history of the world. We're always the ones who take advantage. You might not see it in the numbers, but we getting something out of them.
Yeah. And it could be, and that's what I said, whether it's alliances, whether it's access to their country, access to their airspace. People are focusing on these tariffs solely based on money, and they're not realizing all the other shit that could be lost that we need or use, that such as alliances, such as, like I said, such as access to countries, access to waterways. There's so much more in this that I don't think people realize. They just, we'll make more money. And by the way, when Trump does this, is there any guarantee that any of that money is going to change your life at all?
No, it's not. Him running around saying, we're bringing in trillions and trillions of dollars. What does that mean to the average citizen?
Right.
Nothing. If you're taking away all of the social programs to help the poor and the needy, you're fucking up the education system. Like, I don't understand where they think they're going. Right now, the only benefit they're getting is they owning the libs.
The border, I think the border and owning the libs, those are the two things that I think Trump is doing a great job on, if that's what you like. I mean, he is, I do give him high credit on the border because nobody's crossing. I do give him credit on that. And I do give him credit on, he's done things to piss off the libs, whether it's the LGBTQ stuff, the DEI, the affirmative action. I'm not a fan of that stuff, but it's pissing off liberals and it's satisfying MAGA. So those two areas, I do give him high marks. But when it comes to the...
I believe that it should piss off everybody who wants to protect our human rights and our civil rights. Like, I believe own me. If you fucking over all of these people and I'm getting pissed off about it and you feel happy about it, then we'll go ahead and own me. I'm not going to stop feeling the way I feel about what you're doing to people.
Well, I mean, this is what a lot of people like. They love this kind of shit. You know, he's liberal tears. You know, you got him crying. I mean, he likes that. Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, like, they're not deranged. You're saying things that constantly keep your name in their mouth. You want them. I think we're at a point where if the liberals in the media was not criticizing Trump every day, he would go Kanye West and show up in a Klan outfit or something to make you talk about him. He wants to be talked about. It ain't that the people, the media. No, it ain't. He wants to be talked about. He's saying controversial shit. He's on TV every day. He wants that.
Right. And I don't think that that's the way to go. I don't think that that's the way that our government should. I don't think that the president should comment on every single situation. But when the things don't benefit him, he's sitting on TV talking about, what about this and that? I don't know. Nobody told me about that.
Well, he's good at playing the fifth. He's good at pleading ignorance.
Yeah, that's some ignorant shit. You the leader of the free world. You know more about everything. You know more than the generals. You know more than the scientists. You know more than everybody. But as soon as they ask you a simple ass question, I don't know. I ain't heard about that.
I got one, and thank you, Miran. Welcome to the Patreon. Appreciate the support, Miran. I got one that I'm going to end up doing a live one, not today, but this individual that was sent down to the prison in El Salvador due to what they call an administrative error or whatever. The Trump administration is now saying they cannot get this guy back. Do you believe that?
It's not about what I believe. It's about what that judge just told him today. He need to be back by the 7th at 11:59, or it's gonna be smoke in the motherfucking city.
Wait, are you for real?
Yes, the judge said it in his ruling today. He said that guy needs to be back here by the 7th. What day is the 7th?
Monday.
By Monday around 11:59.
Or
Whatever his powers are, he's saying he's gonna.
wow, I haven't heard that yet. That's content. I like it. Oh my God, really?
I'm looking at the headline right now. Judge orders U.S. to bring back mistakenly deported man.
You know something, and the reason why I asked you that, and that's probably the reason why that judge is saying that. That's a fucking lie. I mean, Trump brought he brought an American back that went into North Korea, trespassed. He's brought somebody back from Russia. We actually have a diplomatic relationship with El Salvador, and you're paying them to house these people. How the hell can't you bring them back? That judge is looking at him like bullshit. I mean, what do you mean you can't bring them back? You got a diplomatic relationship with the guy that's down there, the leader of El Salvador. You got a working relationship with the guy, and you're paying him money to house these folks. Why the hell would he not give them back? That doesn't even make sense.
To the man that's the most powerful person in the world, who's got leverage on everybody, saying, I can't do nothing about that. We don't got no extradition treaty with them. That's what I'm talking about. The leader of the free world can get up there and say, we got leverage on the whole world. Can't nobody do shit without us. Everybody's gonna capitulate. But then as soon as somebody asks him a question, hey, why can't you get the guy back? Oh, he sounds like Scooby-Doo.
But being serious here, because Alicia Bling in the comments asked a really good question. Any chance, now that they're being forced to bring this guy back, is there any chance via Epstein that this guy may just suddenly decide life ain't worth living no more?
Didn't I tell you that the other day? I said unless he's not with us anymore, that's how we ended the show. Like, our interaction was, I said, the only reason I could think that they're saying that they can't bring him back is maybe he's not around anymore.
That's terrible. That would be terrible if their actions got this man killed.
MAGA would say
MAGA won't give a fuck. MAGA won't give a fuck. Yeah.
Broken eggshell. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
MAGA would say he should have thought about the possibility of dying in a foreign country before he tried to enter. It won't give a fuck. I'm serious. MAGA would be okay with you putting alligators in the Rio Grande. You should have thought about. I mean, MAGA. You leave it up to MAGA, it would be like trying to enter North Korea. I mean, they don't care. If you enter this country illegally, they don't just hope the worst. They want to deliver the worst to you. I mean, you can get hit with a tank round for all they care. MAGA don't give a fuck what happened to an illegal immigrant, man. They hoping and wishing on that shit. You should have thought about that. You know, you should have thought about that before you let your mom bring you over here, too. Sorry, you gotta go. Who cares that you're 30? When you was 2 years old, you should have told mom, no, don't cross the river. I mean, they don't care. Like, zero. I mean, I'm talking straight sweep the leg Cobra Kai. They don't give a fuck.
They was out there with that razor wire in Texas. They was like, well.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Let them drown. You know, shit. MAGA be sitting on the banks with a popcorn maker. They don't care. Like the inhumanity is off the chain. Like, man, like you guys been straight up hanging at Kim Jong-un University somewhere learning this shit. It is awful.
So now the dilemma for the Trump administration is, if they can bring him back, it opens Pandora's box. Because now they can say, bring them all back.
Ooh, and it also opens a Pandora's box to lawsuits and stuff too. Because look, he's not an illegal; he's undocumented. There's a difference between being undocumented and being illegal. But the thing about it is, even if you come to it, let's say you enter America illegally, you run across the Rio Grande, a complete illegal entry. and some border patrol agent grabs you, handcuffs you, takes you out in the desert and rapes you, you still have a case. Just because you entered America illegally don't mean they can do anything they want. What Trump did, yeah,
It's a violation of their civil rights.
yeah, there's a case to that. So that's also probably one reason they don't want to bring his ass back is because now you got to face accountability for what you did.
Right. Yeah. Somebody, people come back and they've been abused, they've been tortured in them prisons, and they don't have no justification except for you had a tattoo that looked similar to a gang tattoo. That's not going to fly. But I am glad that the court system, they faltering, but he hasn't totally run roughshod over them because his lawyers
He trying. His
lawyers are, he's trying, but they haven't went to court and said we will not honor your rulings. They have not said that yet. They've been close.
Yeah.
But they haven't said it yet.
And that's why you kind of hear them saying that we can defund the courts if we need to, because they're starting to realize the only thorn in our side is these damn courts. I mean, they would if they can defund the federal court system and get rid of them, they kind of home free.
If that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the movie The Warriors. Once you reach Coney Island and the rips got out the way, you kind of home free.
What's up with Ted Cruz? Is he now a rhino?
Oh my God! What did he say?
Right, he's saying this tariff shit is awful.
I'm starting to hear it. Yeah, like I say, it's kind of like the Back to the Future movie. Your picture start fading away. Ted Cruz, his picture, his Polaroid is starting to fade away on there. Like, you better shut up. He starts getting bright again, but he starts criticizing Trump. The picture starts like, damn, you disappeared from the picture. So hopefully he gets that corrected.
Hey, but the hilarious thing is, we can sit here and watch and calculate that we've lost over like $7 trillion in like the last week in the stock market, while Trump is saying, "Look, I brought $2 trillion worth of him." fuck the other four that we down. He brought 2. We lost 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I want to come back with that power. I want to come back and be able to convince me. I mean, just say whatever and people cool with that shit. I gotta move it on, man. But I need that power. I need that power. Good talk tonight. Hilarious.
The last thing is listen to these different MAGA people with all of these different explanations about what's going on. Some of them saying he's doing it on purpose to destroy the economy.
Yeah, he playing chess.
Some of them saying, no, it's not what you think. It's just a tool for negotiations. And then the other one saying, no, he's 100%. He wants to change the whole trade system of the whole world. Like, which one is it?
It's just like,
I just want to know, can they get together and come up with a good plan to tell everybody about what the hell is going on? Because I know I can look at my investment stocks and it's hurting to look at it. But like I told you before, I'm well positioned to go all in when the shit rebound. But I know it's a lot of other people that's not in the same situation that I'm in, and they're about to be hurting in a couple of days when we actually see the prices change. Yeah. See, we haven't seen them change yet.
Shit, I may be one of those. I got to move it on, but in regards to Trump, it's all locker room talk. It's just locker room talk.
All right, man.
Good. Appreciate it. Hilarious this evening. Looking in the comments, you want Americans to be a monolith. Huh? Don't understand. What do you mean by that statement? Trump is ruining everything. Yikes. Well, we got to see. I mean, Trump, a lot of Trump supporters have said, look, if you give it time, you'll realize what he's doing is actually in the best interest of this country. So I'm going to try to play it fair and say you got to give him time. I knew Trump would ignore court orders, go back to the Trump versus Harris debate, and they asked a question about the Supreme Court decisions or approving the AP polls, Trump says, "I will not block it." Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that, I mean, Trump has lived a wonderful life without the courts getting in the way. I mean, even with Michael Cohen, his former lawyer as his fixer, he's always had a way around. I mean, he's had a lot of success beating courts, delaying cases. You know, even when it came to contractors and stuff suing them, you know, he knew ways to delay things and always prevail. I think he even bragged about one of his ex-wives where they broke up. I'm pretty sure this happened, by the way. She was trying to get him for 25 mil. I don't know, I guess that's alimony or whatever. And he brags about he only had to pay her $1 million. I mean, he beat her in court. I mean, he's good. He's been good all his life at this shit. So it should not surprise anyone that he's using it while in DC. Just like the bullying tactics. That stuff has worked really well for him as a businessman. So he's brought it along with him to DC. And right now it's actually working. I mean, the Republican Party, the bullying, they literally, he's like Debo. And you got the Cubes and the Chris Tuckers just sitting on the floor. I mean, he's just bullying people. All of the Republicans, he's bullying them. I don't think they all agree with everything they're seeing going on, but they're afraid to talk. The bullying is working very well for him. You can't blame him for doing it. I told you before, this will be the administration of shoulders and shrugs, and I don't know, and that is kind of what's happening. I'm sure I would bet and provide 3-to-1 odds on it, triple the money on it. I'm sure there's a hell of a lot of Republicans that are quiet, that are not happy with the tariffs because they're losing money. They're losing money too. All of them got stock and shit. They're all losing money. So I'm sure a lot of them are not happy with that shit. Because a lot of them are not that far from retirement. That's not to say that Trump's tariffs, there may be some hope that his tariffs or some possibility that stuff will turn out to be beneficial to America. But if you're late 50s, 60s, 70 years of age, you ain't gonna see it. Chances are you're going to end up retiring and passing away with less than you had before he came along. That stuff won't be realized until after you're probably gone. It's going to take time for all that shit to kick in. So I'm fairly certain there are plenty of Republican senators, Congress, governors, mayors that are not happy with what those tariffs are doing. Because you're losing money now and hoping to get it back over time later on. And Tesla may never get that money back. The loss in Tesla, that may never come back because Elon is toxic. That may never come back. That was so long ago. MAGA ain't shit for real, says Will G. They really think because things happened in the past, it won't happen again. And I say that all the time. That's ridiculous in my opinion. It can't. If it happened in the past, it can happen in the future. He said it won't happen again. Like, people aren't that stupid. MAGA is certainly proving the opposite. And I'll give you perfect examples. The minute they rolled back Roe v. Wade, Arizona went to a law from the 1700s preventing women from having abortions. Trump is using a law from the 1700s to deport folks without due process. So the idea, if you start rolling shit back, people won't go back to them old laws. You got examples of it happening right in your face. It's literally happening right before you. So why would you think in other areas they won't do it? Yeah, they'll absolutely go back to that shit. Guaranteed. It depends on what area of government you're talking about, but if there's a law on the books from the 1700s or the 1800s that benefits the agenda you're trying to portray or you're trying to, deliver, they'll use it. Why won't they use it? You're crazy to believe that if you remove the guardrails from the negative aspects of history, that the negative aspects of history won't resurface. I mean, that's literally like being in a high rise where people often have fell over off the balcony. So you build up a balcony railing. So now everybody knows that you can fall off and die. Well, now that they all know we can remove the railing and hope for no, some people go back to falling off the motherfucking balcony. If If you remove the guardrails, some people will end up going over again. That applies to racial aspects like this affirmative action and DEI shit. There's a reason why DEI and affirmative action came around. You remove DEI and affirmative action, and the notion is, well, ain't nobody gonna do that again. That's insane. That is insane. It absolutely will come back. Gordon, going to the box. Don't know what I hit there, but thank you, Gordon 777. I told you before his administration. Real quick, want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. You know how I knew Trump would ignore? I saw that already. Did I? My screen just reset here. He said, I would not block what the Supreme Court says. It is not the law of the land, and he can override it. And he's fine to. Let me tell you some. Speaking of overriding Supreme Court decisions and overriding shit, probably the biggest thing that's being talked about is Trump's third term. It's in the 22nd Amendment. There's no way he can do it again. Now, I played the video on previous lives of Steve Bannon suggesting that we're working on it. There's ways around it. I actually think Steve Bannon is accurate when he says that. Snow Bunny, yeehaw! Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you there, Snow Bunny. Ooh, love that name. Jesus Christ. Anyway, what was I talking about? It just threw me off completely with the hat mustache. Overriding the 22nd Amendment to get a third term. Let me just say it like this. The notion is that when Roosevelt, FDR is the one it came up with, because you used to be able to serve, I think FDR did 4 terms. You used to be able to do more than 2 terms. The argument is that it has to be determined by the people, and the way they came up with the 22nd Amendment was not determined by the people. It's a stretch, but in front of a 6-3 majority with people like Clarence Thomas and Alito on there, if you can get them to rule that the way the 22nd Amendment was put in place was not done properly, you could then therefore get rid of the 22nd Amendment. I heard an attorney make the argument on it. And like I said, it's a stretch, but it does have some hope to it. So the point I'm making is there is a vehicle for Trump to get a third term, where you don't have to go through the 2/3 majority it takes to get, to overturn an amendment. You get the Supreme Court to rule that the amendment was improperly put in place. And that's one way of getting rid of it without needing all these, without needing the majority of Democratic, all these Democratic senators in Congress having to join. You won't need all of that. Like I said, I don't feel confident they can have it, but I did hear some attorneys talking about it and say that there is one avenue where they can do that. And with the Supreme Court, as I stated, being so friendly to Trump, God forbid something happens to somebody like Sotomayor, one of the few liberals remaining, then it goes to be 7-2. At that point, I don't feel confident anything would not be stopped. What is the name of the chick right now that they're not liking? The one that they're calling a rhino now. What is the Republican Supreme Court justice? What is her name? I can't even think of her. She's a female. The white. Well, they all other than. She's a white female. She's on the Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, her. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, God forbid something like that happens, but there is a way to get rid of the 22nd Amendment via that avenue. And that's just what I heard from them. There may be other ways. Looking at the comments, though, it says nothing about consecutive terms. That's another one they brought up, too, is that it said, it doesn't say anything about consecutive terms, but I think there's enough there. Let me see. Let me go back to what the language is. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Does it really need to say consecutive? You can't be elected more than twice. Okay, so it says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other president was elected shall be elected to the office of president more than once. And that last part is, let's say, for instance, Trump serves 2 years and croaks. J.D. Vance gets in there, serves out 2 more years, and then in 2028 there's an election. And at that point, J.D. Vance is already don't serve 2 years because Trump croaked. He can't run again in 2032 because it says if you served for more than 2 years of a term for which somebody else was president, you can only be elected to office more than once. So you can only get one. So in that case, he would only be able to serve a max of 6 years as opposed to 8. But in regards to it not saying consecutive, it starts out by saying no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. So it doesn't matter if it's consecutive or not. If you can't be elected twice. I mean, it doesn't say twice in a row. I mean, like I said, though, with the Supreme Court the way it is, any damn thing is feasible. They can misinterpret any damn thing in favor of Trump. You just don't know. And for anybody on the right that thinks I'm sounding crazy, you know damn well that if there was a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court in favor of liberals, you'd be saying the same shit. You wouldn't be trusting the Supreme Court either if it was that skewed and far of the liberals, that far from the liberals. Leprechaun is just going to point out that trans people make up less than 1% of the U.S. population. I would be more worried about priests than the trans people at this point. Yeah. I don't know why the trans people get so much other than just hatred to the community. Going back to Z-Box, we'll go to Lewis. Good evening, Lewis. Welcome to the show. Listen here, this is happening now too.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, good evening. So, tariffs.
Finally got up here, man. Hey, Tim, let me say this. I was going to come in that room the other night with AJ.
Amazing how many of you guys was listening to that.
Hold on, let me finish. But when I ran up in there and seen that it was John Holmes and Jeremy in there busting you out, I said, let me get out of here. I'm telling you something. You had Ron, Jeremy, and John Holmes.
I thought you said, you know what? I'm like, this motherfucker just say John Holmes. You gotta be a certain age to even know who the hell that is. You could have at least said Peter North. You could have at least said Peter North. Damn.
They were talking John Holmes and
John Holmes.
They were tearing your ass up. They were tearing.
Oh my God.
I mean, AJ let them beat your
Jesus
ass up.
Christ, John Holmes.
They had you so flustered you couldn't even think of the 18th Amendment. I mean, if they bust you up, I mean, Tim, you got to do better, brother. I mean,
well, listen.
I changed your name from handsome liberal. I changed your name from handsome liberal, which you know, Tim, I never called you that.
Yeah.
I'm changing your name to Blue Mega. Because I'm telling you something. They beat you up so bad.
God.
And you took it. You took it like you liked it.
What the fuck were you listening to? None of that happened.
Oh my God.
None of that happened. Oh my God. Listen, hold on. If you're telling me that the founding fathers were not the founding fathers were not pro-slavery and the party switch never happened, because this is what they were telling me. If them telling me that made me take a John Holmes pounding, I'll take that pounding all. I mean, there's no way in hell to me they walked away.
I'm just saying, it's just that you just laughed about it when they said it. That's the part that bothers
It's fucking hilarious. How much?
Because it wasn't hilarious. It was ridiculous. And the thing about it is that AJ let it happen. Tim, you do one-on-ones, and this guy let 5 guys beat you up for more than an hour.
I don't listen. I always say I got skin that's thicker than an alligator with no lotion on. I mean, I don't mind. I absolutely do not. I mean, I know when I go into MAGA forums, it's usually gonna be me against multiple people. I feel like fucking Juan Williams on the 5. I know it's gonna be a bunch of folks. I'm the only one that has my opinion, and they all against me. It turns into a screaming match, which is why I don't do multiple guests at the same time, because it's just a yelling match like that. But I don't mind it. But when you're talking about the party switch never happened and the Civil War was not about slavery and stuff, the guy's telling me I don't read, he reads, he's more educated. I had nothing left but to laugh. That was insane.
And what I mean by that is that it's like we can't even entertain that kind of silliness. I mean, especially with AJ sitting up there, he was cabbage patching. I don't know if you looked.
What is that?
After you left here?
What is cabbage patching?
I mean, you know that little dance that we used to do back.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, okay, I get it.
The cabbage. I mean, when they were saying that ridiculous stuff, he was cabbage patching.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just so stupid, and that's what I'm saying. He is not a friendly. Now I do have people on the other side that I'm friends with and I'm friendly with, but AJ is he's a serious Stephen. I mean, he's a sick person, man. I mean, there's just no way that some of that stuff he was allowing to be said on his site would even go down. If you tried to let that kind of ridiculousness on this site, Tim, they would shut you down in 2 seconds. Yeah. But you ever notice those guys get to say that ridiculous stuff on those sites?
I don't know. I don't know, because I do see a lot of MAGA that do get censored as well. I'm not going to say that MAGA don't get censored, but I was talking to AJ once. It was just me and him on there talking, and he's talking about, man, people be threatening to come fight me. You liberals are crazy. And I told him, I said, you got to pay attention to how you talking to people. I said, because me and him was having that live, and there was, I think Stick the Ruler came in there for a minute and was actually saying, I agree with Handsome Liberal. And he called him a bitch. And I told him, I said, you wondering why people you wonder why people threaten to fight. You just called a grown-ass man a bitch. I said, that ain't necessary. If you don't think he knows what he's talking about, for God's sakes, tell him he don't know what he's talking about. Why would you call him something like that? I mean, he when I go to MAGA lives, I know the names are going to come at me. I don't mind. But I do know I'm going to get called out of my name. It happens on every time I go to one of them. It happens. But I go anyway because I like to be able to. Go ahead.
I get it. I definitely give you. I just sometimes I guess that's why I've never tried to host lives, because I could never do that part of it. But I agree. What I feel bad about is that I think that you are the most even-handed host on the liberal side of the house.
Appreciate that.
It's so, and for all of us, it is so freaking annoying. Do you know what I'm saying? So for them to beat up on you, I would deserve that, and I could think of a lot of other conservative live hosts that would deserve what they did to you. But Tim, I do not think you deserve that. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, and a lot of my viewers that see me elsewhere, they get notified, say the same thing. I can say, I don't mind, I can take it. I'm a big guy. I got my Trump diapers on. I can handle it. But it is what it is. You know, I know when I go into MAGA lives, it's gonna happen.
What you have to understand, it's hard for us because we know how liberal you really are, and we know how even-handed you are with that liberal. Because I know you don't agree with some of that foolishness, but you still let them say their piece.
Yeah, I believe in free speech. I try to protect that.
But they're so mad now that they don't even care about none of that. And here's another thing, Tim. She is absolutely right. 21 years in the military, always around military bases. Crime goes up. Everything gets worse. Housing gets more expensive. Everything happens around a military base because GIs have that money. You hear what I'm saying? And wherever there's money, there's going to be crime. Let's just be free.
That's
Everybody
a good
tries to
point.
say wherever there's poverty, there's going to be crime. But money brings poverty and crime. It's just that simple. And when GIs get some of the nicest places because they don't have to pay for them. The government pays for them. You know what I'm saying? You get that BAQ, you can afford any place you want. And so my thing is that the thing of it is, she's absolutely right. Especially overseas. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to give you a perfect example. The other day I was going down the road, and I was late for a signing that I had to get to. And I was on a road where the speed limit was 65.
Okay.
I was doing 87 when the cop pulled me over. He gave me a warning, Tim.
20 plus over.
Because he looked on my ID. In Pennsylvania, veterans have on their ID, on their driver's license, that they're veterans. He even told me that he thought he always gives veterans a break. And he said, "Thank you for your service, Mr. LeGrand." And he let me go on. And that was it. So that stuff happens around military bases even more. I'm not even near a military base, and that happened. But he was a fellow veteran too himself. I could tell. I didn't ask him, but I could tell that he was. So that kind of stuff goes on. I was expected to get a ticket because, my past is in law enforcement, and I was ready to take that ticket because I knew I was speeding. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I was ready to take that ticket. I probably would have got it thrown out when I went to court, but I definitely.
Well, yeah, the judge would have been a veteran too. The judge would have probably been a veteran.
Exactly. But I know the area I was in. I probably know the judge that I'd be going before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the cop probably wouldn't show up, and I'd beat it. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure I'd have beat it. I don't did it too many times. But the thing of it is, he should have still wrote me that ticket. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he should have wrote me a ticket. I was grateful that he didn't, but I think he should have.
20 over the limit, yeah, that's what is reckless driving? That's got to be around, your ass was almost reckless.
Oh yeah, 15 over is reckless. I was 7 miles past that. You know what I'm saying?
Was the music that good?
I'm telling you something. No, I was actually late for a signing, and I was intentionally speeding. I don't listen to music when I'm riding. I listen to TikTok. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been doing. I'm listening to TikTok, CNN, Howard Stern. I'm listening to this kind of stuff. I don't listen to a lot. I would hate to know somebody got into an accident, and the last thing he said before being wheeled into surgery is, "Tell the handsome liberal he's full of shit." Like, really? So I appreciate you listening, though. No, it just makes me mad that they don't really appreciate how liberal you are. I mean, sometimes I'm not calling you handsome. I'm gonna call you blue beggar. Because, man, I'm telling you something. You're definitely blue, but you are definitely on that mega side with a lot of bullshit. So my thing is that I get it.
Because let me be honest with you though. I don't think everything MAGA does is bad. I mean, that's why. I mean, I give him credit when I think like the border. I think Trump did a much better job on the border than Biden did.
I think MAGA is horrible. I don't think all Republicans are bad. I think the MAGA part of people, they don't have sensibility. I think MAGA is horrible. I don't think all Republicans are bad. And I don't think all Trumpsters are bad. But I think MAGA, when you start calling yourself MAGA, especially black MAGA, that's a problem.
Why do you think MAGA is horrible?
Because they can't tell me nothing that a MAGA-backed group has done to help middle class. And I'm a middle class person, so I want stuff that helps. I don't want stuff that make rich people richer. I want stuff that helps all of us. You know what I'm saying?
Trump's job numbers. I mean, the unemployment rate under Trump's first term was pretty good. That helps middle class.
Tim, that was then. This is now. I'm not into no damn.
The man has only been in office for 2 months. Now it's too short.
I don't care. I'm into now. I know that this. Trust me. Let's get on tariffs. Tariffs are a good thing when they're directive. Tariffs are a good thing. We've been using them since the 30s. But when you put on what do you call it? When you tariff a whole country,
the whole
not
world,
just be specific with the whole world. Come on, man. There's no way we can't survive this. And if you're rich, you ain't worried about it. But if you're poor, and now you got to pay 25% more for that iPhone, or 25% more for that Hyundai, or 25% more for that Toyota, or 25% more for that glass of milk coming across your counter, or
now that what you elaborating on it, I still question why even Trump himself would think this is a good idea to impose tariffs on the whole planet. I mean, you literally are taking on the whole. I mean, this is when I talked about this earlier in the live, that MAGA has this attitude that we can do it alone and we don't need anybody. He literally is acting that out by it's literally the United States against the world in regards to this tariff war. How do we think we could ever win this?
Tim, he put a 13% tariff on Madagascar. Yep. There's no people even there other than people who watch out for those stupid ass animals.
Well, that ain't,
I mean, how you gonna put a 13% tariff on Madagascar? They don't import nothing to us.
I have no.
Maybe they might send us a platypus or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he talking about.
You know something? Look, at the end of the day, if he wanted to isolate it to China or some of these countries that do, play games with their currency.
Absolutely.
That's one thing, but the whole world, I mean, there's so many innocent victims in that. I mean, you're just going to make people.
I understand China. I understand Korea, even South Korea, because I lived in South Korea. I didn't see no Chevrolets in South Korea. I didn't see no Buicks in South Korea, other than the ones the GIs took over there. They don't have no Buick dealerships in South Korea. They don't have none of that stuff. They don't have none of that in China. So I understand us putting tariffs on those places because they're sending their stuff here and not taking our stuff. I understand that. I understand them putting it on steel, competing with China, because China sells us that inferior, cheap steel, and it comes over here and the buildings fall down. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
So I understand them putting tariffs on them. So my thing is that I understand directive tariffs. That makes sense. But putting it on the whole world,
I don't understand.
Tim, that is just robbery. No,
well, it ain't robbery unless you actually get away with the money, and I don't think that's gonna happen in this case. You're gonna have a bunch of bank guards teaming up to shoot your ass.
They are going to get away with the money because you are going to pay it. The countries that's doing that is not going to pay it. The American people are going to pay it.
So it's robbery. So Trump is robbing the U.S. citizens.
Absolutely. Because the companies are just going to pass it on to us.
Yeah, that's
None
exactly.
of them are going to lose. The other country's not going to lose, and the other country's not going to lose, and we're not going to lose. Like what Canada said. Canada said we're not going to put tariffs on our people and make their stuff go up just because the United States wants to do it to us. They want to charge more for our stuff coming over there. That's them hurting their own people.
I gotta go, Lewis. You're depressing me, man. It's depressing. I mean, I'm curious to see.
I think I always do.
I'm curious to see how much shit goes up in the next month or so. But I mean, the liberals are gonna be putting that on TV. Everything from coloring books to cars.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, for the next 2 years until midterms, or a year and a half to midterms, I am a Trump fan. You hear me? I'm hoping he keeps doing what he's doing. I hope he just keeps.
I know why you're saying it. I know why you're saying it, but keep in mind, if Trump fails, we all fail.
And that's my point. My thing is that I'm not saying for the next 4 years. I said for the next to midterms. I hope we get the House because of what he's doing right now. Just like we won Wisconsin, just like we won here in Pennsylvania. That's the stuff we need. We don't need. There's no way Trump. There's number one. If Trump runs for a third, guess who else is going to run for a third?
Obama.
You got it.
You're assuming that if you're assuming two things. First of all, you're assuming that Obama wants to run, but then you're also assuming that they don't.
He said he would. He said he would if Trump gets it.
Did he really say that?
He said it today.
Huh. Okay, I learned a lot of shit while I'm on the program. I didn't know that, but you're also assuming they don't try to finagle.
Did you hear what Trump called the Prime Minister of Canada?
Yeah, governor.
That's crazy, right?
That's a demotion. Yeah, that's a blatant demotion. It's disrespectful. It's like calling a general colonel or some shit. I mean, it's horribly disrespectful.
Hey, Tim, let me tell you something. Do you have any brothers or sisters growing up?
Yeah. Brothers.
If you get in a fight with your brother, didn't your dad beat both y'all ass?
Yeah. He was not a fan of that.
That's what needs to happen here. Is Trump need his ass whooped for picking on his little brother.
I'm out of here now. I catch you. Appreciate it, Lewis. Thank you. Says the president needs his ass beat. Damn. Thomas Jefferson said all men are created equal, as he had over 200 slaves and a chick in chains up in his basement. Yeah, okay, you're right. 14-year-old. She was 14. He had 6 kids by her. That's Thomas Jefferson, the guy that's on the front of the $2 bill. I'm reading Bill, just finished up Bill O'Reilly's Confronting the Presidents, and he talks about that story. That Thomas Jefferson slept with a 14-year-old and ended up having multiple children with that person. And they were able to trace and validate it via DNA. So they can, all of these black people that's got Thomas Jefferson DNA in their ancestry. But yeah. And that was the whole argument. I was on AJ's page, and I had a lot of folks trying to indicate that the founding fathers were not pro-slavery, and it's just like makes absolutely no sense at all. If they were not pro-slavery, then why the hell didn't any of them do anything? At least propose a bill or something to end it, as opposed to profiting off of owning people. It just goes against flat out against what historically took place. They definitely did give Biden. Definitely did not give Biden. Well, they definitely did give Biden any in his first 100 days. They definitely did give Biden any chance in his first 100 days. As soon as he came into office, they blamed all the COVID-19 deaths and unemployment on him, as the Q conspiracies were in full throttle. Yeah, they did. That did happen, including Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, got a lot of that too. But no, they didn't give Biden a chance from day one because they thought he was a fraudulent politician. They thought he had stole the election, so they were not going to give Biden a chance from day one. They were riding on what Trump said, that the Democrats had stole the election. Remember what I said earlier in the live? Thumbs up or thumbs down? If Trump gives a whole election thumbs down, MAGA believes that that election was not held properly. When it comes to Trump, MAGA does not need proof of anything. If he says it happened, it happened. If he says it didn't happen, it didn't happen. He doesn't have to prove or back up anything. I remember the lives I had right after the debate when he said Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs. MAGA was scrambling. MAGA was literally scrambling everywhere to find clips of Haitians eating cats and dogs. And to this day, it's in their culture. There was never any claim in this country that Haitians had a culture of eating pets. Haitians have been in this country for years. I mean, there's little Haiti down in Florida, I believe it is. There's a few 100,000 of them in the New York area. They were never known in America to be eating animals like that. All of a sudden, Trump gives them the thumbs down. They're eating pets, and boom, MAGA's everywhere talking about it's in their culture to eat cats and dogs. Had never heard that before, and haven't heard it since either, by the way. You notice Trump during his first term, he actually passed legislation that makes it a felony to harm animals. That happened in his first term. Trump made it a felony to harm animals. That's a good bill, by the way. But if people are eating pets and you are an animal lover, you don't make it. Where's the follow-up? Now that you're in office, got a Republican governor in Springfield, a Republican governor in Ohio. The mayor of Springfield's a Republican. You control the Senate, both houses of Congress, the Supreme Court. Where's the follow-up? Show us. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Show us. Where are all of the people who are missing pets? No follow-up at all. It was just, he said it, it must be happening. No proof needed. MAGA is confusing Haitians with Asians, maybe. Fair enough. Anyway, I'm going to leave that one alone. Wow. Anyway, I do appreciate the 119,000. You guys have been tuned in with your boy this Saturday evening, or Friday evening, rather. We will be on tomorrow, by the way. It does appear as if TikTok has been saved. Had a viewer advise me that TikTok's going to be around for another 75 days. So you're talking 2.5 months or so. We'll see what happens after that. But remember, the whole claim was that TikTok needed to be sold. Otherwise, they could not operate in the United States because they were the property of the Chinese. I don't think the Chinese intends on selling TikTok. I think they're going to call Trump's bluff. And Trump doesn't want to have the loss of TikTok under his watch. I don't think, just my opinion, I don't think TikTok's going away. I just think that Trump needs to find some kind of way out of this to be able to claim a victory. But I do believe TikTok's probably going to stay. And I don't think the Chinese are going to cave to Trump. I mean, you're punking out too many people at once. You're punking out Canada, calling a prime minister or a governor and saying the country could be your 51st. You're punking out Greenland. You're threatening to bomb Iran. He's threatening to do that if they don't come back to the table and make a deal on the nuclear weapon treaty that he originally threw out himself. If they don't come back to the table, he threatened to bomb them. We know he made threats about the Panama Canal. I believe he actually was victorious down at the Panama Canal, but he threatened them. You're just punking out too many people at the same time. And now, of course, here comes the tariffs. I'm just going to say, in my opinion, I think Trump could have actually accomplished a lot of his agenda if he did it with diplomacy. But he's the politician, I'm not. I do believe if he had contacted the leadership in Greenland, for instance, we already have a base there for the sake of, military survival, whatever you want to call it. Could have laid out a plan of what they fear coming across Greenland from Russia or through the Arctic from China. And we just want to expand the base, whatever, or even with the minerals. We got the ability to refine the minerals, you don't. We'll give you 25, 50%, whatever. Diplomatically, I believe some of this shit could have happened. But when you're on the world stage threatening every fucking body, disrespecting everybody, even somebody who has no chance of dealing with you militarily, you're kind of forcing them to act because you're treating them like shit. Like, he's doing this to so many people at the same time. I don't see how America comes out of this better. I just don't see. You can't piss off everybody at once. But we'll see how that goes. This is the Trump administration. This is the new America for at least the next 3 years. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. And I'll hit that. There we go. All right. Appreciate it. Tune in. Thank you.